Hello everyone, my name is Steven Zapata. I'm a concept artist, illustrator, online art teacher, and former instructor at Art Center College of Design. I would like to introduce you to my new drawing course, Form from Imagination, a course designed to help you draw with confidence from your mind. Maybe you want to be a professional illustrator or designer, maybe you want to be a master with a pencil, or maybe you just want to be the best artist that you can be. Beautiful goals. But it's not always clear how to improve the work that you do from imagination. Over the past 6 months, I've taken all of the little eurekas, tips, and essential exercises that gave me confidence drawing from my mind and compiled them into a sequential course. We start with the absolute foundations, covering the scientific nature of light and shadow, how to hatch, how to create flat tones, how to render spheres and cubes, and step by step, we move through combined shapes, complex shapes, organic shapes. We cover how to simplify extremely complex subjects like the head into basic shapes so that you can handle them more easily from your head. We look at how to understand and treat details. And by the end of these 14 chapters with over 50 video lessons, you'll be ready to do complex designs from your mind with fidelity and energy. And all the demos are done in pencil on paper, so you can do all of the assignments even if you don't have a fancy digital art setup. But I also have demos, instructions, and modifications to the assignments for those who do want to do them digitally. Here's how it works. Go to formfromimagination.com and sign up for the course. Download the assignment book and start watching the lectures. Do the assignments at your own pace. Take your time with them and use this self-study to develop your patience. When you're done, post your assignments in the exclusive community hub, and I'll personally critique your work with drawovers, diagrams, and advice. I want you to know, this course is no joke just because it's online. It is challenging content, and it is more complete than it would be if I was teaching this class at an art college as I have before. If I was teaching this class in person at Art Center today, I would just play these videos in class, knowing full well that they're the most concise, focused, edited, step-by-step way to convey the material. So I'm serious when I say, this course isn't just a substitute for a college-level course, it's better than a college-level course. And you don't have to pay thousands of dollars per credit and wind up hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. So thank you for checking out the course, thank you for watching this and for your support, and thank you for drawing and making your artwork. The world needs it. I'll see you soon. The year is 87039, new nonlinear time. It's been 50,000 years since Steven Zapata's final art stream, but we still live in a golden age defined by the gifts his stream bestowed upon mankind. Faster than light travel, eternal life, Steven cloning, and the keys to a truly galactic human civilization. My name is Stave Satapaz, a reminder clone of Steven Zapata, an exact reproduction of his personality as constructed by an AI compiling millions of hours of his original art streams. By all accounts, I'm exactly like the original Steven's public persona, just more muscular, exactly as he would have wanted. I travel the stars on my light tracer, a dream of Steven. My crew is, of course, all clones of Steven. Some of my officers are reminders like me, but not all. Some are bioclones, and yet others are aspectoids, clones who, instead of trying to capture his full essence, amplify a particular portion of the original Steven's personality. We've spent hundreds of years drawing, exploring, and philosophizing while snaking our way through the stars, spreading the good word of design. But we've had another, secret mission as we've cruised the cosmos. I, seek information on the legendary originals, Steven Zapata's true drawings that he flung wide across the stars at the end of his life on Earth, never to be seen again. My crew thinks I'm looking for them for the same reason all the other madmen do, because they would be valuable beyond all reason. But they don't know what I know, that a critical mass of originals in the hands of a trained reminder can provide a psychic link to the original Steven mind. Once I collect enough, I'll be able to fulfill my destiny and achieve psychological continuity with the original Steven. And through me, he will live again to usher in golden ages of art forever. Drawing Ascendant, the eternal chronicles of Steven Zapata. Lasting Legacy 1, Epic 1. It's time to draw. It is time to draw. It's more important than ever to draw. So let's fight the good fight today, people. Get your pencil, get your sketchbook, equip yourself with self-confidence and joy, and exercise your creativity. Do it. Don't let them tell you no. Don't let those damnable thoughts get in the way. Get to drawing. Hello, Daniel Holmes. Hello, Emmanuel Godson. Hello, Russ. Hello, Basic Syphilis 8. My precious Nick Ravioli. AP Winter Squash. Vega, 2% milk, which is the most disgusting form of milk, for the record. It was actually Ahmed Al-Duri who turned me on to whole milk. Never went back. Baron Jorf von Boglemdorf III, welcome, welcome. Vega, did I say hi to Vega? What about Sangre Father? Welcome, Sangre Father. Good handle. Besley, Care Blair, and Moshe Nakvi. Emmanuel Godson. Did I say hi to Emmanuel Godson? Hello, everybody. It's time to draw. We are in the next step for this piece. I just started this today before stream. We've been drawing for an hour so far today, a little bit more, an hour and 15, I suppose. But you all have been along for the ride on this one. You have seen the process. Let me find. So on stream, we started putting this idea together here with a few watercolors. Sort of expressing the idea of these figures within the thrall of this spiritual creature. We made it a little bit more descript with these guys still in watercolor. These became the access drawings for that drawing. Well, this is really, these are really the rough sketches, sort of just the regurgitative stage. This became the access drawing for taking that idea and making it my language. Sort of like, yes, that's it. That's one of mine. There we go. So that's the access drawing. As usual, my access drawings are Some people would say just not sketches, just not part of a process, but they would be finished drawings, but they're not for me. They're another step in the process. It's just that for me to understand a drawing, for me to feel like I can really peer into a drawing, I need there to be texture, finish, rendering, interesting form, the kind of stuff that I love, or else I can't make an honest evaluation. So that's our access drawing. We knew we were satisfied with the idea. And this morning, I turned it into this. So this is the bigger elaboration. This may turn out to be great. You know, I feel like this configuration is just fine for telling the story that I want to tell. We may find, because these sections have less planning, that maybe we need to do some big redraws there or move things around, but we will find out. And worst comes to worst, we can always get another 18 by 24 inch piece of Strathmore 400 series Bristol paper and just try again. Try again. Emmanuel Godson has to design a Halloween poster. Yay, zombies. Enjoy drawing your zombies. Texture, gore, destruction. Fear, death. All right, let's poke away. Let us begin elaborating on this one. Excited to see how this drawing will come out. Thank you. Me too. I have high hopes. Not that it's really about my hopes. I'm excited for it because I can tell it will be fun to draw the whole time. And as you know, that's my my #1 priority. Earth says, is art only for people who have patience? Yeah, maybe. I mean, what do you need? More reasons to rush around and not pay attention in life? Like what? You've got to seed another part of life to financialization, productivity demons, and just making everything quick so you can continue to let your life slip past without paying attention to it? I don't really think anybody needs that. Especially art time doesn't need that, I don't think. Defiles the whole effort. My tentative title for this one is Pray for a Spiritual Predator. We'll see. The titles tend to change as I work on them. Russ says, art, what's that all about? Well, like so many things, I couldn't tell you, but I know it when I see it. Let's start gently stumping. Maybe I should get a new stump to begin this drawing, because this one's starting to fray. Nick Ravioli says, pray or pray. The ambiguity is intentional. I think that's why I like the title. The question is, which will I choose when I have to write it? We will see. Is my microphone too loud or too... I feel like I'm leaning over to the... Let me move this. That's right over my head. And we're getting all greens here, not clipping into the yellow. Everybody happy? Yeah, that's fine. How do I fast forward to see the finished drawing? Fall asleep for a week. That's the best way to do it. Art is not for stinky plops. Art is for anyone, including their moms. Yay! Steven, can I ask you some tips on how to use water brushes better? I loved your watercolor live stream some days ago. The kind of brush that I use for, that I used in that stream, the one that has the water in the brush itself, I actually don't have any fancy tips for that. I'm not very technical about them. I just kind of brute force my way through. And I actually like them for that. I like how direct they are and how not tricky they are. You just get to focus on drawing and value and the play of colors. If you use a regular brush to do your watercolors, the best tip I can give you, and I'm not a great watercolorist by any means. I don't have a lot of technical know-how about it, but the best tip I could give you is use a brush about 2 or 3 times bigger than you feel comfortable with, because the thing with watercolor brushes is that a lot of the application is controlled by how much water is held within the belly of the brush. That is to say, the flared shape of the brush hairs. So if you're feeling very frustrated with how it goes down, it makes a huge difference if there's a huge reservoir of water behind the tip to allow the paint to flow. And that really is just controlled by the raw size of the brush. So I'd recommend trying that out, just going with a really big brush and seeing if you prefer the way it goes down. Because if you buy an expensive one, the brush can be really big, but if you paid a lot for the brush, the tip will still come to a very sharp point, so you can still do fine line work, but the paint will flow because there's this huge pool of water to keep pulling from. Daniel Holmes says, Steven, do you think the speed in which you can put value down with charcoal outweighs the less precise nature of the medium? I can finish a charcoal piece in half the time than graphite. It depends on what you want out of your pictures. I think charcoal is indeed great for that kind of stuff and for a balance of speed. I don't like it because you see the kinds of drawings I like to do. To get into this kind of detail at this scale would be nightmarish with charcoal. So I use graphite because it allows me to achieve the level of detail that I'm capable of and that I like. But if you're not going for a look like this or this level of detail, or you're just dealing with simpler, more like larger forms and things like that, I think charcoal is an excellent choice. Clicked for Steven's forehead. Heck yeah. Welcome to my forehead stream. Nick says, I often see you do the same steps, medium dependent, but in different orders. Is that going with the flow for personal work? Would you do it differently when working on a job? It is just going with the flow for my own sake. I can do steps out of order because I know what's supposed to happen in each step. So if I skip it, I can do the step I'm skipping to while, instead of being ignorant about what I'm losing there, I'm aware of what I'm skipping and what I will need to introduce again later. So once you kind of really understand the steps that you do, you can sort of play with it like that. When I'm on a job, the steps, the way that I control the steps, if I'm perfectly honest, is almost completely about managing the client's expectations. Most clients are not art savvy. So rather than it being about what makes the best product a lot of the time or what's comfortable, at least, you know, as from my experience and from how I want to manage things like that, I mostly edit the steps to manage client expectations. There's many, that includes a lot of things, but an obvious example is I will never, you guys have seen me do rough sketches on the stream. I often do them in color, right? Like the watercolors that you saw, or even with digital, I like to do like little character thumbnails with color. I would never do that for a client. I would always purposefully use only black and white for client work, for roughs, because as long as it's in black and white, even the most like non-art savvy client will understand like this is a sketch. He's not pretending it's done because the final has to be in color. So as long as it's in black and white, it must mean there's many steps to go. So I will purposefully, or I'll work in color and make it black and white before I send it, just to have that psychological effect on the client that like, I'm not confused and think this is done, right? Because clients don't understand that stuff. Would you say that using a fountain pen gives you more control than using a regular pen and ink stock and nib? No. Maybe for like repetitive line widths it would, but it depends what you're going for. Because I think if what you're looking for is variety of line, then I think the dip pen is probably more control. It makes it easier to get a variety of line widths. Most fountain pens, even the ones that are labeled flexible, are quite rigid compared to an actual dip pen. The man calls me a coward. We shall see who is the coward. Oh, we shall see après midi. We shall see. Steven, are you able to give an art lesson and never use the word subtle? I can't do it. Every 5 minutes I say subtle. Well, there's a lot of subtle things in art. I wouldn't worry about it. A huge part of what needs to be dealt with in art is subtlety. There's ways you can put it more clearly than just saying subtle, you know, like if you're talking about the contrast hierarchy or controlling your contrast, you can, instead of talking about subtlety, you can just talk about achieving a variety of contrast throughout the picture. So having some areas be high contrast, have some areas be low contrast, so that they play off of each other and allow you to make a point of emphasis. And that gets at the same thing. It implies that there's some areas where you need to be more subtle, but it's being a little bit more informative about what that means, what that actually means. Ooh, what that means. Oh, what it means. Ba-da-dee-da-ba-ba. I hope you have a wonderful day. That is all. Thank you so much. I will have a wonderful day. You know what? Now that you said it, I think I will have a wonderful day. Now that you said it, I think I will. I think I will have a wonderful day. Hey, Steven, could you teach us a little about shape design or a good way to practice it? I'll just give you a big tip because I'm trying to plow through this drawing right now, which is just clear shapes, you know, clear shapes. I wouldn't get caught up shape designing mushy shapes until you kind of understand what a clear shape actually looks like and feels like. And a big part of shape design, probably in my opinion, the biggest part of shape design is just shape variety, is just finding excuses to get a variety of shapes into your picture. So get very used to always making your shapes kind of different from each other, shape to shape, as you put them down. Shape to shape as you put them down now. I'm also gonna have to record some segments of this drawing as I go while I stream, because I'm going to use this one to illustrate the next YouTube video, the next pre-recorded video. Fortunately, thanks to how ball my setup is, should be able to do that without dumping out stream quality. I'm pretty sure. Let's test it. Let me make my stream preview bigger here. Good morning, Donnie. Good morning. Looks like you're upgrading your last sketch. I sure am. I am upgrading it. So let's see if I record. Indeed. Image quality does not drop. Wonderful. Thanks, GH5. Great camera. I can recommend it. It's an excellent camera. Hey, Steven, it looks very hard. I think I'll just give up. Word. Do not give up. For the record, do not give up. The world does not need quitters right now. Fights. Fights. Art needs strong warriors these days. Have some teeth. Defend yourself. Amazing artist putting in all this hard work and only 68.8K subscribers. That's not right. This man should have 10 million subs. Ricardo, you have excellent taste. I mean, you really have the incisive eyes of the seer. And you can tell what's really going on in the world. You know what? Now that you say it, you're right. I really should have 10 million subs now that I think about it. I wonder how many people who are watching aren't even subscribed. Which is like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Steven, I get this feeling whenever I make a good drawing, the process of it feels very slippery. Can I have more control over it? When I try to control it, it becomes boring. If more control makes you feel bored, then you just need to make your peace with the slipperiness of it. The slipperiness is fun. You know, learn to enjoy it in the moment. That doesn't mean that you'll make perfect drawings, you know, there's gonna be parts that you're dissatisfied with, but that's always gonna be the case, you know. That's never gonna go away. Not even when you're at the top of your game. You're an artist. It's your job to be able to imagine something better. You know, it's like, that's why you're an artist. So don't get so caught up in the fact that you're not necessarily hitting the vision you have in your mind or your taste. Just enjoy the process of making and learn to dance with it. Learn to dance with the uncertainty of it. Beyond the results, I mean, it's a wonderful teacher. You know, it teaches you what's actually going on in life. It teaches you to be adaptable. It teaches you to be accepting, equanimous. There's much to be learned here. It's not all about drawing kinky anime girls, kinky anime cat girls. It's not all about creating picture 15 million of your waifu. You know, there's a big part of it that's that. Don't get me wrong. That's a huge part of what it means to be an artist, is iterating on the 50 millionth picture of your favorite waifu. But there's also other stuff. There's also other stuff. Steven, you are a great dancer. You don't know the half of it. You have no idea. Hi, Sam. How you doing, buddy? I hope you guys are all being nice to each other in Arabic, because I can't read that. So don't be mean to each other in Arabic. Sam says, is this the fuller version of the hentai you sketched the other day? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Need a little bit more info to decide where that's going to be. I can't really decide where that's going to be until I've seen how this guy works out. Are you familiar with Adrian Smith? Yeah, I've seen a lot of his work. He's excellent. Very, very good stuff. I don't think I've seen anything from him in a while. I think he might be one of the victims of that whole, you know, when Instagram decides for you that you're done looking at one of your favorite artists for a couple of years, where it's just like, you know what? I think I'll stop showing you one of your favorite things on your feed at random. You know, Steven, it's me, Instagram, and I was just thinking, well, not thinking, I already did it, but some of your favorite stuff, yeah, I thought I'd just stop showing it on your feed so that you forget about it. And then I could maybe replace it with like a pair of boots or something that maybe you could buy. Have y'all listened to Paramore's new single, This Is Why? I don't think so. I'll have to check that out. Maybe on my next run. Steven, are you familiar with an art YouTuber, Edge Loops? I think you guys have similar directions on your philosophy of art and work. I'm sure if you guys do a podcast, it'll be great. I am not familiar with Edge Loops. Sounds promising. Have you tried doing frame-by-frame animation with your flowy style? It should be great. I've tried it occasionally in the past, but yeah, I'm just not really an animation guy. I mean, it's never stuck with me when I've tried animating. I've done a bit of it, but I mean, I'm really a I want to make like the single picture as good as I can. That's like my favorite thing. That's what draws me in. So ultimately, I get frustrated in animation because, I mean, as beautiful as it is when it moves, I like, my brain always comes back to like, but yeah, but I want to make just one frame as good as it can be, you know? It's just never stuck because of that. When I do big drawings, I measure like this all the time. I just use my fingers to get approximations of like, all right, well, if this limb is that long, and this is basically in the same perspective, it's got to go to there. I also use that to, I just use my fingers to be like, all right, if I drew from the head to the groin there, I know that's the halfway point of the body, so I'll just use my fingers like calipers, go down here, that's where the bottom of the foot should be, put a line there. I do that all the time on big drawings where it's difficult to assess proportions just by looking at them. That's a carryover from a life drawing for sure. I went to life drawing on a Wednesday at the new art store that opened up just kind of around the corner from me. And wouldn't you know it, the model was a fan. Shout out to Clayton, man. Clayton, if you're out there, it was great to meet you. It was so funny. I've never really been like recognized out in the world before. I mean, that's the place for it, of course, but I was still pretty tripped out. And I was extra tripped out when, you know, he told me that he recognized me and that he knew me. I was like, oh man, he must, you know, maybe has seen a drawing or two on Instagram, but he's like, he watches the streams, you know, like Clayton's like a legit fan. That was a lot of fun. I gave him one of the drawings that I did of him that night, ripped it right out of the sketchbook for him to keep. Felt like the right way to commemorate our chance encounter. He's an artist too. Quite a good one. Quite a good one. So after class, I reviewed his sketchbook and gave him some advice and stuff like that. It was a great time. You know, that's what it's about. You know, real human connection at a place, at a third location, you know, a place for networking and energy creation and, you know, I mean, it was beautiful. It's been a while since I've had a lovely experience like that with everything that's been going on in life and the world and all that. Just like after class was gone, it was just me and Clayton and the owner of the art store. Just like with Clayton's sketchbook open on the register desk, like the glass display case, like going through it. giving tips. Clayton got to look through my sketchbook and see a bunch of the original drawings that he's seen on stream and stuff like that. It was super fun. I love that. I live for stuff like that. It was very... I'll remember that one for a long time. That's what it's all about, baby. That's the real deal right there. Just give me more of that. Makes me just want to open an in-person school. That's just all I want to do. Screw this. Screw the chaos of the internet world, you know? Get my water over here. Hey, Em. How are you? Thank you for the kind words about the work. Steven, is this AI generated you just outlined? Yeah, very funny, Narragus. But the problem, really, truly, I just want to say, the problem is that, I mean, it's not going to be a problem for me. I have hundreds of hours of track record proving that I do this stuff out of my head for real. How to put it kindly, I'm like a supreme badass of drawing whose skill and virtuosity is completely undebatable. I'm good on that. The problem is that for you all, the AIs are going to actually ruin the optics of art for you all, and you are all going to have a very hard time disproving accusations like that joking one that Narragus just made. So may I humbly advocate that you all fight for your future and not roll over like dogs to the stupid computers. Who was your favorite this year in Chromacore? I actually did not look at the competition. I was not in there behind the scenes or anything, and it was going on while I was extremely busy. I've got Cynix's Chromacore wrap up for this year, sitting in my watch later playlist, but it's very long, so I haven't gotten around to it yet. Props to the winner though. Honor Rude says, we just record everything we draw and paint, easy evidence. I got bad news for you. You guys didn't catch the news, what was released yesterday. Meta released their AI for video generation, which, yes, just like Midjourney and Stable Diffusion, was illegally created by trawling all of your YouTube videos and process videos without your consent. And yeah, just like the 2D flat image AIs, it's very good. So no. You are not going to have an easy time using videos of you making your images as evidence. Again, I'm fine because the record will always be there to show that I had tons of videos displaying my ability before the AIs became viable. But again, you are all going to have a very hard time proving that you have any skill. So I will say once more, I will humbly advocate that you all do not roll over like dogs and acquiesce to the evil whims of these artist-hating people and fight for your lives. Grow some teeth and tell them to back the hell off. And for those of you who want to use these things because, you know, you're desperate to spend as little time making art as possible. It's like you're not going to get any of the benefits that you think you want, and you're going to destroy the whole industry for your friends and peers and the people who would otherwise inspire you. So get your head on straight and stop it. I love you all. I know I'm saying that to a lot of my friends, but I really don't know what to do at this point. I've just accepted that, as uncomfortable as it is for me to say that to my peers. I think you need to hear it. So there it is. It's Joseph Marziliano. Hi, buddy. Joe, just because I have you on the horn here, it's wait, let me check again. It's currently looking, as of this morning, it's currently looking like rain on Sunday. So we got to keep whoa, it looks like rain for the next 5 days. So we got to keep our eye on that for Ren Fair. We might get rained out, which would suck, because then we've only got one chance left. Next weekend is the last weekend. So oh my God, Clayton's so lucky. An original Steven Zapata, a trained master, can use it to access the Steven mine. I hadn't thought of that. Crap. On the day of my death, the second the lights go out, I'm gonna blink back into existence as Clayton. Ruh-roh. Got back to using a mechanical pencil after a long time. It's so nice to use. It's my favorite. Mechanical pencil rocks. Do you only use HB lead on mechanical pencil, sir? Yes. I have a 0.3 mechanical pencil, which I use sometimes, and that one has H lead in it, but that's just because I've never found HB 0.3 lead. Because it's so thin, they need to make it harder as a baseline, it seems. I mean, you can really, if you're just patient, there's nothing you can't do with an HB lead, you know? It's my favorite hardness to work with. I just go to the other leads for expediency, for filling in shadow areas and things like that. I'm learning to swim, and drawing helped me visualize how my body cuts through water in a forceful and structured way. Do you have similar experiences where drawing lets you feel things more intimate? Maybe a bit with dancing. Don't know quite how to put it into words, but there's been plenty of times where I feel like dancing is really just creating the same rhythms and contrasts and all of that as you do in drawing. There's a lot of designing squash and stretch in dancing. Getting rhythmic lines. You know, dancers are very, like actual dancers, like professional dancers, are very concerned with like controlling flow, getting straight lines across the body and across limbs and things like that. The same things you would police in a drawing to make energy transfer nicely visually, things like that. Hello, Stephen. I see you are drawing otherworldly mutations of the human body. Surprise, surprise. Do you ever feel like a paper bag drifting in the wind, waiting to start again? I think it's plastic bag. I don't think she changed it to paper bag once most places made plastic bags cost 5 cents or outlawed plastic bags and switched all to paper. That'd be funny if she went back and changed that. Do you ever feel already buried deep, 6 feet under screams and no one seems to hear a thing? Goodbye, Vega. Have a great day. Enjoy your work, enjoy your drawing, enjoy everything if you can. Enjoy everything if you can, even the hard stuff. Man, this drawing's gonna be a lot of work. If I'm gonna really render a lot of this stuff out, woo, there's a lot of meats, a lot of meat. But somebody's gotta do it. Favorite museum in New York? I mean, it's the Metropolitan Museum of Art. It's the best. It's the bomb. It's the hallowed halls of art. There's a lot of great ones, but I think if you were really, if it had to be one, you wouldn't get rid of that one. Huge variety of work. Absolutely massive. Just a mega cathedral of hidden rooms and obscure hallways. Lost artifacts. Even on the busiest days, if you know where to go in the maze, you can find a room where you're completely alone and quiet in that museum. I think it might be my favorite place in the world. How much of the finished drawing do you see right now? I'm just reacting to what's on the paper. If I consciously do it right now, I can see a flash in my head that looks like a, you know, a bas-relief, a movie. Like I can see it kind of however I want. But I don't actually actively do that while I draw. I'm just reacting to what's going down. It's like the fact that my brain is capable of that, I sort of take that as that's the important part. Like, because there's no, it's not like I'm actively doing something when I flash that mental picture, right? So that's just like a background capability. So the level of fidelity that's possible for me there is going to get into the drawing no matter what, I trust. So while I'm drawing, I just try to pay attention to the marks. I try to pay attention to the drawing and to the joy that's available here in the nitty gritty, scritchy scratchy on the paper. So yeah, I can see it totally finished, but I almost never take a moment to do so. It's just not, I don't think it's actually that important or useful. sometimes it's a good way to seek solutions, sort of go on a vision quest in your mind when you've got a very specific problem in the picture, but most of the time I'm just trying to draw, you know? Shady on Fire says, Steven, I tried the studio life for a few months and I hate it. Boo. It doesn't feel like the artist life I wanted, but now I have to accept it and give up the working on big projects dream I always had. Advanced problems. Yeah. I feel you, man. I mean, I'm right there with you. It's, don't think of it as giving up. Just think of it as that dream didn't fit into the bin you hoped it would fit in, right? It just means that your desire to do big things and big projects is probably genuine. It's not your fault that the industries so far are not amenable to how you would want that to happen or to spiral out or anything like that. It's going to be all right. If you want to hear my meta thoughts on that, again, I touch on that pain and sort of the path forward there in what it takes to be a professional artist, one of my old videos. Just means that for you might need to find a more independent way to do your dreams, to do the big things that you want to do. Goodbye, Anthony. Do you do sculpting? Sometimes. I like it. If you realized you needed to rework the majority of your portfolio, how would you approach it? With a very specific goal in mind. Just with a studio or a project or a particular product I'm trying to sell in mind, just stamp that, commit to it, and put all of my energy towards that one thing. That's how I would do it. The main thing that messes up people's portfolios is that they're too scattershot. And it takes a very long time to put together a portfolio. So the scattershot drags the timeline out so long that in that timeline, you're guaranteed to like change your mind, lose focus, things like that. So it's good to be as laser focused as you can, so that you can just sort of get on it fast and get it out there. Basic Syphilis with the $5 donation. Thank you so much, Basic Syphilis. Sending some love, Steven, at work, so I'll be popping in and out. And lucky for me, I can slap some lines on paper. Also want to hear one of your classics. I don't know what my classics would count as, but I'll give you a new one. Basic Syphilis. Yes, he's the king of disease. He's the king of diseases. And apologies to anyone who's ever had it. Yes, a devastating disease with a sordid and sad history. But what you need to see is that basic syphilis is just a man, and that's his handle. He's not the real disease, so forgive him and embrace him, especially because he donates flagrantly. Thank you to ye, basic syphilis. Thank you so much, man. We appreciate you here. I'm late again to this ceremony. Sorry. You should be ashamed of yourself. Why are you so late? Stop being late. Do you remember the last art piece, be it painting, a drawing, illustration, sculpture, whatever, that excited you? And what was it that you found interesting in it? Nathan Fielder's The Rehearsal. Advanced syphilis. God, hopefully not. What did I find interesting about Nathan Fielder's The Rehearsal? I don't know. I'll refrain from saying because anything I say would be a spoiler. It's not for everybody, but I really thought it was quite wonderful. I was like, ah, yes, it's been a while since I've seen true art. All right, so there's our basic layout. Let's start implying some value changes here. Anorexic says, is AI art going to kill art jobs? It will if you let it. Fight, fight, fight. Don't accept that it's like, oh, it's here, genie's out of the bottle, there's nothing to be done, adapter, whatever. Those are the lies that the people who have everything to gain from these unethical, illegal things are depending on you to believe. So don't believe the lies that they are funding and advocating for. They're brainwashing you. Fight. Get mad. Get really mad. These things are steeped in deeply anti-humanist values. Don't just sit there and take it. Be honest about what's going on here. How long have you been working? Over a decade now. Going on 11 years. You mean professionally? That's how long I've been making money off of art, but I've been making art my whole life. I have my hands up ready to punch. Good. Drawing along with you, Steven, although I'm drawing a user guide on how to wear an exoskeleton. So very different stuff. Nice. Dope. I enjoy your streams and discussions very much. Cheers. Very happy to have you here. Thank you for joining. It only measures the relationship between pixels, doesn't know what it's making. That doesn't matter. It'll still ruin your future and take the industries away from you and make it very difficult to have a living as an artist. It doesn't, that's the problem. It doesn't matter that it doesn't know what it's making. It can still do damage. So destroy them. Burn this thing to the ground. Don't let them show up. Who is this all for? Who is this all for? Who is this all for? Who do you actually think benefits from all of this? And you're a fool if you think it's you. They're just going to make us fight each other. They're going to turn us into dogs snapping at picked over bones. They're going to, as always, the people in power will let us fight their war for them. And then after you have ostracized yourself from artists and contributed to them making sure that you can't make a living as an artist, they're just going to do a rug pull. And they're going to take it away from you. Of course they will, because they stand to gain nothing from giving it to you for free, and they stand to gain billions from, after there are no human artists left, selling it to Google, YouTube, Facebook, just all the boring people who already have all of the control, and then we'll all be left with nothing. Fight. Alice Yu with the 15 euros. Jesus, thank you so much. I love that European money. Really like your streams. I should be working, but I don't feel guilty at all. That's how charming they are. Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you so much, Alice Yu. Thank you so much for the donation. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. I'm just reading it phonetically. Thank you so much for the donation, Alice Yu. Alice Yu, incredible donator. We believe in him, and we're extremely faithful to him. We genuflect at the altar of Alice Yu, who is our Lord, at least for the span of the song. Sorry to my wife. I didn't need to go that loud. But it's like you can't put the rock drive on it unless you put some volume behind it. It's very hard to put the rock drive on it if there's not some volume behind it. You need some vigor. Is joining an illustration organization necessary / useful? It's not necessary, but it is useful. I haven't done it, but I haven't had the necessary stuff go on in my life to like get into one of the unions or something like that. But I'd highly recommend it if that's on the table for you. Unionize. Fight. How do we fight? Well, check out the one of the most promising things I've seen is the Concept Art Association is getting lawyers together, and big names like Craig Mullins and Ryan Meinerding and all of them. Carla Ortiz is doing a lot of spearheading Let me put a link in the chat. Follow them, subscribe to them. They're gonna put up a good fight. There's gonna be other organizations. This one is just specifically artist-based and artist-led, but there's gonna be plenty of other like just legal-based and copyright law-based things. So I put a link to the YouTube channel for the Concept Art Association. Follow them. Keep an eye on them. That's probably things like that are going to be the best grounds for the overall fight. But also, you know, like, fight like this. Like, don't cower away from it. Like, it's not easy for me to be sitting here saying my real opinion about these things. Like, I know who I'm offending by saying this. I know what friends I'm offending. I know that implicitly the things that I'm saying, I can make the list of my friends who implicitly I'm casting aspersions on them on what they're doing. It's not easy for me to be out here saying these things on the record on something that's going to permanently be sitting there. Fight. Tell the truth. Like, challenge the people you meet who think this is a good idea. If they're going to do it, don't make it easy on them. Make them think it through. Get pissed. Jesus. Like, fight. There's going to be an overall fight, but there also needs to be, you know, the dinner party fight. There also needs to be like the real hard discussions being had amongst people and amongst friends. As I was saying, there's no way entertainment industry is going to use AI. How is it going to work with all the copyright thing? Oh, my sweet summer child. No, 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 no. That's one of the problems with this. That's from the outside, you seem like from the outside, it seems like, oh, entertainment would never let that fly. Once you've worked a day in the entertainment industry, once you've taken the veil off, once the wool is pulled back from your eyes, you're like, oh no. The entertainment industry does not care so much about copyright as they like to pretend they do. You think all of the concept art that you see with all of those photos in it and things like that, you think the people who are making that stuff are carefully logging every photo that they swipe from Google Images and things like that? Like, come on, dog. Come on, man. But don't use that as an equivocation. Don't be like, oh, well, because people have used photo bashing, that means that we should allow the AIs. That is giving the fight away for, it's like the distance between hand drawing and photo bashing, you know, and yeah, there's some stuff to worry about there, but the distance between those two things is there, and the distance between these two things and AI is explosive, blows it out of the water. So do not form a false equivocation between those things. It's like, that's nonsense. And sorry, I'm getting so mad, to falsely make an equivocation with those things and use that as an excuse to roll over. It's like, hand in your pencils yesterday, get out, leave. Like, we don't need you. We don't need you for this fight. You're just thoughtless. It's thoughtless. I don't think copyright is the reason why AI will not make it to the industry. It's other reasons. It's already there. Guys, I hate to say it, but they're already using it. The video game companies, the movie, they're already using it. They don't care. All that stuff already happens in a black box, and they already only release stuff that has been carefully pruned and that, as I like to say, they have filed the serial numbers off of. They're already using it. There is no argument like it won't get there. It's there. That ain't it, baby. You need to fight the fight on different grounds. You got to take this seriously. Stop looking for excuses to pretend nothing's going to happen. Stop. Art needs good warriors right now. Go somewhere else to stand on the sidelines. Sir Bob says realism is already obsolete. It doesn't just do realism, it does everything. In fact, surrealism seems to be one of the things it's best at. It would be nice if it only did one thing, but it does everything. That's not an argument. I feel like this is the same situation as when photography came into existence. No, it is not. This is one of the weakest arguments. Yeah, that's not an argument. It's not photography. Photography was still a tool. Cameras do not pick themselves up, choose a subject, take the photograph, and then hang their self-generated photograph next to yours in a gallery. It's a completely false equivocation. They are not the same. People think these are tools. They're not tools. They're replacements, and that's obvious, and that's how they're advertising them. There is no analog to previous tools. And I'm not a Luddite. That's an absurd accusation, which I know some people are going to want to throw to me, which is, again, laughable. Look at my digital art setup. I'm known for digital work. I do my work digitally. Do you sculpt in VR? I have a VR headset to sculpt in VR. I know 3D, I know traditional, I know digital painting. I am not a Luddite. I beg you, you're all giving the future away with weak arguments like that. For the love of God, go think about it. Stop throwing that stuff out there. You are diluting very important arguments that need to happen. Think it through more. Come back later. Jesus. I promise you I've used 1,000 more tools than you've used. This is not a fear of technology thing. I want more technological tools. The problem is that people like me can tell what is a tool and what is a replacement. And this is a replacement. And it's not like replacing a job that people hate doing. This is the one thing people like doing. It's art. It's a problem, a real one. Yeah, I just want to say in general, it's like if you've already given up on the fight, go lay down and just take it somewhere else. Don't convince other people to quit just because you're a spineless coward who doesn't have a bone in their back. Just step aside and let us handle it. Ben Enemy with the $5 Canadian. The concept art industry has long been infested by this performance and productivity obsession. Just look at the discourse over at FCD. Well, I don't know what's going on at FCD, but I generally agree. I mean, it's a race to the bottom with the idea that the measure of an artist and their metal is their productivity and their speed and how efficiently they can be taken advantage of by a faceless corporation for less than they're worth. Wow, yeah, great way to measure your clout as an artist. You gave it all away for free, you fools, you idiots. God, you never had it in you. You deserve everything that you have coming. You deserve everything that you have coming. Again, if that's you, step aside, dog. Just step aside. I feel you, Ben Enemy. The funniest, saddest part are the people who think they get to call themselves artists by using AI when in reality the AI will get rid of them too. Yeah, it's pure cannibalism. It's pure artistic cannibalism. It's yeah, they're not thinking it through, man. They're just, you know, you don't have to meet, it's not surprising either. You don't need to meet a lot of artists before you realize how generally thoughtless and impulsive they are and how just mewling and desperate and sad and craven. So it's not surprising at all. But yes, they are, it's ritual suicide. It's absurd and it's a very sad thing to see. They're not just going to kill themselves, they're going to kill everybody in this ritual suicide. It's a murder-suicide pact at that point. Don't let it happen, people. And I feel bad for the people who, God, if you're young, if you're just starting out, like, this fight is so important for you. Like I said before, no one will ever doubt my ability. Like, there will always be every hard autobiographical fact and proof of evidence that I gained the abilities that I did, which people will always care about, right? Just because they're impressive to see unfold before the AIs hit. For the youth, you'll hardly be able to prove it to anybody. I mean, the AI videos, process videos won't mean anything. I mean, the AIs already make videos. It was funny, the first process video the first video that Meta released for their AI video program is a teddy bear doing a painting of a teddy bear. It's like they picked it to, like, let's just remind artists that even the videos won't prove that they're any good at making art. So this fight is desperately important for you all. No one's ever going to believe you. I mean, it's going to destroy the optics. You think you have a hard time convincing mommy and daddy now that it's worth it to draw? If you let this happen, you're done for. You're done for. It's my dear modern day James. Let's overload the AI with trash art. I mean, stability already. I mean, did you happen to know that Stability AI, for example, weights the art for you? There's 5 billion there's 5 billion images in the Lion dataset, but the dataset they actually use, the subset of the Lion dataset, is Lion aesthetic. What does that mean, aesthetic? It means that they have already weighted the images by most beautiful to least beautiful. So they have preferentially decided what you will think is beautiful, what you will think is good. This is pure mind control. It's brainwashing. After our chat, I went outside and then I stopped feeling sad about AI art. I mean, I went for a run after our chat as well, James, and I don't feel sad. I used to. Now I'm just pissed. And but it's not negative. It's not the kind of anger that is the typical anger where after it passes, I look back on it and I feel regretful about it. No, righteous anger. It's normative anger. When I look back at this anger, I see that it is more useful, more correct, more aligned with my values, is more true than sitting around and doing nothing. So it's very good that you stop feeling sad. I'm very happy about that. But I think that's just step one. You know, I mean, I think it's right to be angry about this. I lose no sleep over it. Like I said, I'm not sad. Some things are just patently wrong, and it's obvious, you know? I would, you know, and don't, like, for the love, like, don't, for everybody who's gonna go out there and talk about this stuff with their friends and peers, it's like, don't let it seem less big than it is by, you know, affecting some sort of false sanguineness in the discussion. It's that's just going to make it easier for people to dismiss or to not think it's a big deal. It is a big deal. Yeah, if we get rained out for Sunday, I can just put on my doublet and you guys can eat KFC in front of me. It'll feel like the same thing. It'll feel like you're at Renaissance Fair. This is the first stream I'm watching of yours. What you're drawing? Thanks for being here, Averin. This is an extrapolation of an idea that I've been picking at. But it's just a big drawing. I'm just sketching it out and getting the layout in. But it started as some watercolors. These were the initial seeds for the idea. And then it became this, turning it into something that is the kind of imagery that resonates with me and that I like finishing. And then I'm taking this and I'm blowing that out into something larger, more elaborate, and more complete. I actually do have one argument that might be valid. AI is not capable with our current technological standards, won't ever be able to create anatomically correct and highly detailed correct art. Not saying this can't change. Hate to disagree. Yeah, that's not, I mean, you just gave it away. It will change. To think that there's any possibility that they will not improve at everything, and obviously on to the point of perfection, is just a failure of imagination. But 6 months ago or a year ago, if you had asked anyone in the art community if they thought it was reasonable that they could achieve this level, most people would have said no. And I bet if before it hit and everyone was like, oh, I get to use it, if you would have asked them if they thought it would be a good idea to have them get so good so fast, almost everybody, I bet you would have said, fuck no. Oh, but now that it's here and everyone's scared and they were like, oh, yes, no, it's fine, yeah. It's like they're depending on you for that. It will do perfect art. I mean, anatomically perfect art. That's not a real barrier for it. I mean, a month ago, people thought it couldn't do faces and they fixed it in like 2 weeks. It's like they'll do the same with hands, with all anatomy. It already looks pretty good. It already looks better than what most people do after practicing for 5 years, 8 years. You know, it's just, that ain't it, Chief. That's not the argument. And it's not about arguments. You have to see you have to see that those wishful, optimistic arguments, they've been blown out of the water. It's not going to go down that way. It's not the time to look for hopeful, optimistic, oh, maybe it won't happen arguments. Disqualify all of those maybe it won't happen arguments and fight for your future. You're just looking for excuses to sit around. You want people to not give up hope? Like, you're just looking for, you know, some good reason to sit around doing nothing being hopeful? It's like, that's not how history works, baby. The hope is in the fight. The hope is in resisting. So what's the best outcome? That AI art is outlawed and forbidden? Sounds good. Seems a bit far gone for that. Might as well let it happen and see where it goes. What the hell do you mean, might as well let it happen and see where it goes? To what end? To serve which master? Those are deeply anti-humanist values. This is the thing people like doing. People like making art. Why are you giving this away? Are you insane? Might as well see where it goes? When one of the forks in the road is the complete annihilation of one of the deepest wells of meaning that humanity has ever mustered? Enjoy your life doing drugs and waiting for death. I don't know what to say to you. The idea, just, ugh, Jesus Christ. Might as well let it go and see where it goes. I vehemently disagree. I could not disagree more. Absurd. Again, if those are your viewpoints, don't just step aside. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Jesus. People like me with real arguments, real balls, real teeth, we have real things to say. Don't waste air with your non-contribution. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Aldigo says, I was around in the 90s where there was a huge chasm between traditional and digital. This just feels like a more accentuated version of that. That is the fallacious argument that we have already discussed many times, just assuming that this is analogous to previous advancements in tools. It is not a tool, it is a replacement. You know, I'm writing don't worry, I'm writing something up. I've got a YouTube coming up on this, but let me just resort to my writing here to make a particular point. Let me just scroll down here to my counter to argument 1. AI is just a new tool. All right, counter to argument 1. AI is just a new tool. This argument is born from a lack of imagination. As an artist, you should, of course, be embarrassed by that. AI art programs may be a tool right now in their earliest state, but to think it will continue this way requires a willful ignorance about the tool you're using and the environment around it. They are not tools. They are replacements. And they are advertising themselves as such. Just read the language they are using to sell it to you. Here's some quotes from Stable Diffusion's release for researchers. To quote, Stable Diffusion is a text-to-image model that will empower billions of people to create stunning art within seconds. Another quote, you can see some of the amazing output that has been created by this model without pre or post processing on this page. Notice the language. They don't want a future where you needed to touch these images when they're done. They have no interest in leaving any task for anyone who considers themselves an artist to do. They want you completely out of the picture, even though your art trained the AI, so that they can sell the promise that someone with no experience on day one can make the same image that someone with years of experience can make. You will not be touching up these images, improving them, or compositing over them for long. Oh, and you can go ahead and do a Control F search on the page that I pulled those quotes from for the word artist. Can you guess? 0 results. They hate you. They are trying to replace you. The idea that you as an artist would use this thing and have any sort of useful skill above anybody else is against their brand, and they will do everything they can to destroy you because it makes their brand stronger. It promises that there will be a completely even playing field, and that the idea of skill or the deeply ingrained humanist values of doing something that brings you joy, that it all means nothing. That it all means nothing. It's like, again, just Jesus. Stop looking for these arguments, optimistically praying that this is the same old crap as before. Fight in what manner? We can't just stop developers from improving this monster. It's deeply illegal. It's all there's private medical photos from surgeries inside of the Lion aesthetic dataset. Like it's deeply illegal. What do you mean can't fight? It was born unethically by people who don't give a shit about you and who just don't have any oversight. It's like, take them to task. Support the lawyers when they fight. Support the organizations. Like, just resist, man. Take them to task. You dogs. You dogs. All of you who would just roll over and sell your souls for nothing, for not even a penny. You'll pay them. You'll pay them $600 for a private Midjourney account so that you have the privilege of selling your soul to them. It's one of the most beautiful sleights of hand I've ever seen. You're all absurd. You're absurd. Ridiculous. And disgusting. Deeply disgusting. Fight. Fight, you dogs. I can't believe I'm quoting Satan, but awake, arise, or be forever fallen. I can, of course, believe I'm quoting Satan. Come on. Shabek says, I agree with you, but I'm a little surprised you feel this strongly about AI. I kind of expected you to dismiss its importance. It's nice to know others see how ridiculous it is. I believe it's a coward's move to dismiss something that is stealing artists' art, destroying their livelihood, and completely diluting the deeply humanist values that art is built on. This is an openly anti-humanist abomination, and it should be fought. LMAO. Joe says the fact that Steve has to resort to flowchart is just sad. Come on. Yeah, I mean, that's why these rote, boring arguments are... all of the classic rejoinders to the AI discussion have become so embarrassingly predictable that, yeah, I'm able to structure my upcoming AI video just off of these boring reactions. Argument 1, AI is just a new tool. Argument 2, people will just need to focus on story and everyone will be able to tell theirs. Argument 3, don't worry, for AIs to replace us, our clients will have to actually know what they want. Argument 4, well, I work in machine learning and I don't think they can do A, B, C, D. Argument 5, people will get bored by them and stop using them. Argument 6, but I need to do it to keep my job. Like, all of the retorts are embarrassingly, shamefully predictable. Stop looking for reasons to not resist. They're ruining your future. Fight back. Oh, Steven, you should have actually nuanced conversation with people, then broad brush them all. I'm happy to do nuanced debates, but I don't, I just don't, there's no, the arguments are nil on the other side. The other side's ultimate argument is simply, I will use it because it's available. They won't hear anything about the fact that the data sets are openly, there's no consent, no one agreed to have them take them, the illegal things that are in there, there's just no, you're just looking for reasons to do what you want to do. And honestly, I know how the internet works. You're not going to change your mind because until something really goes down, there's going to be no stakes. So, Jesus Christ. And I mean, damn, you know, I do get into the dirt with people. I was doing that just yesterday on James's stream. Like, I'm there for it, man. If your argument here is that I'm unwilling to have arguments, it's like, all right, you put it on the record in public. Like I just said, I'm writing my thing. It's going out there. It'll be part of the public discourse. Like, I'm not afraid to put it out there. Let's hear the pro AI people's thoughtful argument for why they should be allowed to steal other people's work. Let's hear it. Samuel Coomer says, just retorting what I've heard, I don't view it this way. The common view is that we artists already do that when we study art or get inspired by others. Yeah, that argument, it's like, that's the point. That is what we already do. There is no difference. You need to pick a side then. That it's like, that's why the computer can do this stuff as well or better than us. That's not an argument. What argument is that? Well, you know, the computer's just doing the same thing that we do as artists, so let's just give up our souls to the computers. Who do you work for? Who do you work for? Who is this for? Hold a humanist value. Stop selling your grandmother for what? That's not an argument. My God, people have no idea what the hell they're giving away. Jesus. Steven, any actionable steps we can take to fight? Follow the lawyers, follow the union leaders. I'll link the Concept Art Association again. They're going to have big names, you know, they've got some of the biggest people around fighting for them, or they're collecting some of the biggest people around. They got Carlo Ortiz, Craig Mullins, Rachel and Ryan Meinerding, you know, they're advocating for artists. There's going to be other organizations that pop up. I know the voice actors, I know like voice actors are putting together organizations and things like that. If anyone out there is an experienced union organizer or something like that, like do what you can to throw something together. The organizations haven't sort of risen up yet, but when they're there, support, share, spread, follow, subscribe, you know, try to get it to pop up in the algorithm. And if you can open your wallet and donate, I think that'd be a great idea. Just how many times do we need to learn this lesson? How many times do we need to let the brainchild of some madman with a computer completely unhorse everything that we hold dear? Are you so happy about Instagram? Do you wake up every day so glad to have Instagram and Twitter and Facebook and do you sit there mulling over the milk that they've given you every day? Do you like that they call the thoughts they feed you every morning the feed, like you're an animal? Does this please you? How many times do you need to learn this lesson? Martin says, still forming my thoughts exactly, but I will say, just to put it out there, that you're genuinely changing my mind about this right now. That's why I'm here fighting the good fight. That's why as I've said, it's not easy for me to be doing this. There's plenty of people, lazy people, just easy critiques. Steven sounds crazy. Oh, he's really in his head today, something like that. Easy, boring critiques from people who have no idea what they're talking about and probably haven't worked hard a day in their life. It's not easy for me to just put that out there, have those easy critiques flung at me. And again, I know what friends I'm hurting by saying this. It would be much easier for me to just shut up and let it go by, something that I feel in my heart of hearts is openly and obviously damaging to everything that everybody here should care about. It's not easy for me. So that message that said I'm changing someone's mind, I don't have much hope, knowing the way the world is these days, of changing the mind of someone who just wants to use these things no matter what. But for the people who are neutral, the fight is worth having. It's worth having for the people who have been sleeping on this, who haven't formed an opinion about this. It's worth getting it out there. All right. Moore says, when every image within the AI is consented to, what then? Are you still going to be this mad? I think that once people understand what's going on here, the model where every image would be consented to would hopefully be mercifully useless, extremely small. As far as I know, I'm not in the data set at the time. I might be. The last time I check the data sets, I think you could only search 1 billion out of the 5 billion images. Whether I'm in it or not doesn't really matter. I would not consent. If perhaps consent meant the companies would pay you for the images of yours that they are permanently putting into the data set that they will sell on forever, then maybe you could get a very big data set, but they should pay for it. And if you consent, you shouldn't consent for free. You should say, yeah, I consent. You could put it in there, but it's, it's what a client would pay me, or it's $30 an image, $50 an image, $100 an image. Stop giving away your fucking soul for free. You dogs, just, they depend on you to be such a coward, to be so mewling. They depend on you to think of yourself as so worthless, so uninteresting, and just to accept that this is the way things are going to go, that this is the way things are going to be. Do you know why they depend on you to accept that? Because then you will help them change the laws. And then once they have changed the laws, they won't need your help anymore, and they'll do the rug pull, and you'll have nothing left. They won't even let you use the AI. They'll be like, why the fuck would we let them use our amazing thing for free? No, they're going to be like, no, it's $1 million license, and only Marvel and Google and YouTube can use it. And then at that point, You will have already sold it all on. You will have sold all of your friends, all of your peers, all of your inspirations, all of your favorite artists. You would have damned them with your thoughtlessness. And then these corporations will have the tool they always dreamed of, which is an inhuman, perfect executor of mediocre ideas. They will flood the market to such a point that even your mom won't be able to find the little comic book that you AI generated. It'll be so flooded with crap. And then it's over. And then it's over. Enjoy. I appreciate you being so forthright, Steven. I'm glad you're appreciating it, because I know I'm losing friends and making enemies over this one, but somebody's got to do it. I mean, it turns my stomach every time I hear my peers, handle this with a just sort of sanguine detachment. It's, I don't know how else to put it. It's embarrassing, and it hurts me to see them reveal themselves to be so detached and uninterested in the wholesale rapacious strip mining of all creative labor. My God, what the hell are you all doing? Jesus Christ. Am sad I just found a new enemy to fight against, but I'm glad that it is true evil that is inhuman and unalive. Yeah, it's not like you're fighting against, you know, they will pit us against us, right? The powers that be, like they always do. They will make the war about us. They'll wipe their hands clean. Amon, the guy who made Midjourney or whatever, he'll be like, what? I just made it's them fighting amongst themselves. It's like, this is the most boring proxy war classic move of the people in power. It's like, this is just history repeating itself over and over again. But we shouldn't actually be fighting against each other. We should be fighting them and the AI. And yeah, that's a good fight because it's not conscious yet. So there's no suffering to be had there. Just destroy it. I mean, be as mean-spirited about it as you want. You're not causing any suffering. Can't wait to live in a future where no one has any incentive to develop their mental faculties or do anything. Yeah. If AI wins, the only career artists left will be people born into memes. Yeah, that'd be the best case scenario. The problem is that once the AIs really take off, and you know, let me read you another part of my excoriation here. Let me jump here. The AIs are just as good at generating strings of text as they are at generating images. In your rush to prompt, you failed to notice that you were training the next part of the AI, the one that knows the combined taste of millions of the most tasteful people in the world. This, again, is clearly advertised by programs like Midjourney, which permanently and publicly archive every single thing ever generated with it, including its prompt. They'll charge you for a private account, of course, so that other artists can't see your precious prompt, but of course, they will still know what you asked for. Once it reaches critical mass, they won't need you to tell the AI what to make. It will simply iterate on what it has learned people are interested in seeing and begin an explosive emission of art that will never end and saturate the market to the point of final, quiet oblivion. And I don't mean the commercial markets. I mean the whole art market. Commercial, hobbyist, fine, all of it. I think of this supernova of mediocre inhuman emissions as the megafeed. If you like the Silicon Valley tastemakers already spoon-feeding you the contents of your thoughts every morning, I suppose you can look forward to this. It's like even the fine artists will struggle from this. It's just everything will be so flooded with things that are openly AI, things that are AI but are faking it. You know, they're saying, oh, I really made this, but it was made by a robot. It's like, it'll make everything completely irrelevant. Even people who are born into memes will be like, why would what does it mean to be a fine artist? People don't even know what's art anymore. Like there's no purchase on this steep cliff. Thanks for the argument, Stephen. I will still use AI no matter what. Please use AI, Adobe Illustrator. When do you think that'll happen, though? 5 years? 10 years? Unfortunately, if history is any indicator, every time you pick a time like that, it gets cut in a quarter. We're very bad at predicting the accelerating pace of these things. Battle Ready Babe says, I've been watching some of your streams from back in July. In between the live ones and Jesus Christ, the conversation about AI has already changed so much. Ain't that how it goes? Ain't that how it goes with technology? Things happen at an ever accelerating rate with this stuff. That makes it easier for it to just sort of slip by undetected. Sterling Burke says, I guess the only way I see this going well is if laws get passed prohibiting the use of artwork in image sets without consent. Hope these groups are aiming for things like that. They are. And you gotta support them, agree with them. And it's important that we get this on people's radar now because as usual, you know, the tech bros who don't make art, they're already moving in the opposite direction. They're already trying to pass laws that are making it totally legal to put whatever they want into the image sets without any consent and without any oversight. So keep it on your radar. How do you avoid smudging on a piece like this? I keep a little piece of paper under my hand. There's a little art tip amongst all the AI ranting. Seth Hatt says, I think about becoming a hermit sometimes. Don't we all? Don't we all? Sorry, I'm just reading all of your chat. Nerdy Bird says, genuinely depressing knowing people will make money off this kind of stuff while I will be the one not using AI. Don't be depressed. Be angry. Artists we've spent too much time depressed, man. We've spent too much time depressed. If you really love art, if you love drawing, if you love being creative, fight for it. Fight for it. Say what you really think. We're too used to just rolling over and taking it, man. It's not good. James, I just saw your message. That was a while ago. I don't know what's going on with you. I always keep my phone on Do Not Disturb while I stream. As always, the tech industry puts out a nice altruistic exterior whilst hiding the fact that they're aimed at the voracious pursuit of money and power and nothing more. Yeah, I mean, the people making these things they're not artists. They don't care. It's just an opportunity to them. It's just A, B, C equals D. That's all it is. All right, let's get James on the line. We've got our caller, the modern day James. Give me a second, James. I gotta redo my audio setup to bring you on. Testing. Testing? Oh, I got that. Testing?
Testing?
Okay, that's gonna work.
Hello.
Hey, buddy.
What's going on, Steven? Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, you sound great. Let me see if you're... All right, say something.
Check, check, check. I am making sounds. Hopefully I'm coming through on this stream.
I think so. I'm just going to balance your audio level so you're more like me. Talk again.
Hello. Testing out my radio voice for the Steven Zapata podcast.
All right, I think that should do it. I might need the chat to give me a little cue on what's... if he's too loud, if we're unequal, something like that.
Yeah, chat, let me know if I'm coming through here.
My OBS puts my voice and my desktop audio at very different audio levels. So
oh yeah.
Yeah, I've always got to do that. And I'm going to keep you on voice only because my computer tends to crash if I stream and do a video call on Discord at the same time.
Totally fine. They say humans chatting, amazing. Well, I hate to break it to you, but I'm actually an AI bot.
Yeah, I didn't want to say that because it kind of makes me sound like a hypocrite. But
someone says loud and weird. You know, that's just my voice is weird, dude.
I hear you a little. I hear you with like the gravelly SMB 78 kind of a...
Yeah, well, I'm gravelly because I was at a Ranger game last night and perhaps I had a couple of beverages, so that, you know. But I have an important question.
Yeah.
How come people don't want to do anything, Steven? They don't want to, like, I don't mean about AI. Like, what do people want to do with their time?
I don't know. I really don't know.
What do people want to spend their time doing?
Well, I think that's one of the biggest problems. I mean, people don't know how to answer that question a lot of the time. You know, it's like the Twitch thing. It's like, why play a video game when you can watch someone do it for you, right? Like, it's weird that with these things that are ostensibly supposed to be fun ways to invest our time, something going on in culture is making them just like give it away.
Well, yeah, I have a good analogy for the start of my now AI content because you know what? Now I'm fired up, so I'm making content too.
Oh, nice. Did you catch some of my readings from the manifesto that I'm writing?
I've been watching this whole time.
Oh, good.
I've been here. It was beautiful.
Yeah,
It's much more eloquent than I'm gonna be.
I'm gonna finish putting it together. I'll send it to you to give it a read once I have it written out. Maybe you can let me know what you can let me know what you think and help me.
So my video, the script that I was writing, starts out where I'm playing with my cat, and I'm like, this is a weird behavior, right? Like I put this laser around, this cat runs back and forth. I feed the cat every day. She gets, you know, basically Blue Apron for cats.
Nice.
Yet she engages in this hunting behavior every day. And if I don't engage with that hunting behavior, she gets extremely upset, yells at me, bites my face. Why would she do that? I mean, think about it. She has all her food. She has shelter. And yet she still insists on hunting. It's almost as if there's a value in the act of hunting itself.
Amen, brother.
Fucking crazy. It's crazy. And I don't mean hunting for, you know, people. I mean, hopefully you guys can see the analogy.
I think they're tracking it, yeah.
Yeah. There is inherent value in just doing something. Like,
yeah.
We don't need to, you know, it's not, we're just like, I don't know, you're right. We're selling ourselves as people. Like, we're just not being people.
Well, the darkest part is that we're not even managing to sell ourselves. We're giving it away for free. I mean, that's true. That is so fucked up.
So the royalties would be at least a minor consolation prize there.
A minor consolation. Still a bad idea, I would argue, but like, let's cross that bridge when we get to it. Because right now, I mean, you read it in the chat from some of the questions. It's like, people are so excited to ruin their own lives. This is, it's ritual suicide,
their
man.
lives because they don't like doing it.
Yeah, they already.
The problem is they have not acknowledged that they actually don't like this hobby.
Yeah. I mean, when you burrow down on these people, it's to a person. It's people who have not begun the art journey, or people who have come to hate it. Always, it's people who are just like, they have found themselves sort of backed into a corner to be an artist because, you know, it's hard. You know, it's what half my channel is about, is being like, yeah, you work really hard to improve, but if you're not careful, you'll lose your love for it, right? You'll forget to be creative. They find themselves in that situation. They don't know how to do the necessary mental moves to help with it. And then they're just looking for an exit strategy. And unfortunately, the world has offered the most dangerous, most damaging exit strategy possible on a silver platter. It ain't good. It ain't good. I don't know. I have yet to meet anyone who has skill and who likes making art who thinks this is a good idea. I've seen a few who have skill and like making art who have been fooled into thinking it's inevitable. And so they're going to use it because they're afraid they have no future if they don't. But to those people, it's just like, if that's you, shut up. Like
the argument of technology improving is an inherent good in itself. It's like, I remind you that the atom bomb exists and that mustard gas exists.
Yeah, I don't, and we don't even need to go that far out. What I usually like to say here is like, does Facebook make you happy?
Yeah.
Like these things that made all the same promises to a person, we all basically hate this shit now. So I don't know why people expect it to go different with this one.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right. Ephraim brings up an interesting point. Craig Mullins sounded kind of indifferent on the town hall meeting. To that I say, I would agree. Craig, come on the show. I know you don't watch this and you don't care about me, but we're in the same industry.
I have a different take. Fuck you, Craig Mullins. I'm calling you out, bitch.
I'm not going to go that far, but
you were a little intense on my stream, and so now I'm going to be intense on your stream.
All right, go for it.
I'm calling out all these motherfuckers out here that are just making shit art, and they're like,
Yeah, I would also throw in that I've heard Craig talk about it 2 times, I think, and I don't agree that he sounds totally indifferent. I think that may just be how he talks. I want
to yell at Craig Mullins.
I think he holds the view that the AIs will clearly undermine everything. At least that's what I heard him say in the art department podcast. Okay. He basically seemed to imply that it was ludicrous to stage the argument as a art problem when he made clear that he believes that it will affect every part of society. So I actually think that he's just bored by the art part, and it's possible he's more, I don't know if he's worried, right? But I think he's more interested in the question at large. And I also sense that in the Concept Art Association town hall, because if you listen to the whole thing, Carla says at one point that she purposefully asked Craig to refrain from getting too philosophical before the conversation, because that seems to be where he's going with it, which from everything...
He's not wrong in that case.
Yeah, so I think there's actually a more nuanced thing going on there. Craig, if you ever hear this...
I'm sorry.
Well, you don't have to apologize, James, but I'm saying, Craig, the philosophical conversation that you want to have that other people don't want you to have, come on the show, bud. Let's do it. We can have it. You and me can have it. It'll be real. I'll go with you all the way. We'll talk about how there's no self. We'll talk about how there's no magic pixies hanging out over pictures. We'll talk about how AIs can absolutely become conscious and do everything that we do, how there's nothing special about the wetware, which I believe he implied all of those things in his
Can I be honest?
art department podcast. Yeah, go ahead.
I really hope he doesn't hear this, because the first thing I said was "fuck you, Craig Mullins."
Craig seems cool. I think he'd get that you're joking. I don't think
so.
Yeah, I don't think Craig Mullins would take it poorly.
Seems like a bad first impression, just to... So it seems like maybe you don't want to start that way.
Look, let's be clear. It's unlikely Craig will ever hear about this because he's literally making $20,000 paintings in Hawaii. So I think
That's pretty sick.
If anyone's incentivized, but then again, he's not chilling because he's showing up to the town halls. So actually, you know, I think he does care. I think he really does care.
Can I call out more people?
I mean, if you want to, I don't.
Not by name.
Oh,
but
yeah.
just I get the sense that in the concept art industry in general, they have not cared about the art part of it for a very long time.
Yeah, that's a problem.
And it seems like when I hear people talk about concept art, like, and this is why I shied away from it when I would hear them talk about doing it, it sounded like Ford Motor Company automating their fucking, like, their warehouses. They're like, yeah, you know, this just speeds up the process. That thing you did, the art.
Yeah. You know, the part that's supposed to be fun, the part that's supposed to affirm existence, you know, the part that isn't a mediocre Monday morning drag. Yeah, let's get rid of that part. Right.
People forget that art is the thing you do when your teacher's droning on. You sit and draw on your little notebook in the back of the class. Like, that's the thing you fucking do to have fun and escape and, like, exist.
I don't understand who people think these moves are for. The system, the bad incentives are effectively brainwashing people. We're seeing that in the comments and the argument. These people are willing to argue for their wholesale decimation, for the destruction of
it's for. If you look at the people who made Midjourney, we have Apple CEO or former Apple CEO. We have someone who worked at NASA, an engineer from NASA. We've got, you know, I'm sure people that are competent in their thing, but not people that give a fuck about art or want to do it.
There's probably not one artist on the team, right?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna take a guess there.
That's what the Discord server's for.
Yeah, it's pretty gross. I'm deeply disturbed by damn near all of it. I mean, it's so, and I just want to, again, like, please, to people listening, do not base your arguments on your failures of imagination. It's like that is going to give away everything completely. They will, of course, get better. They will, of course, do heinous and unbelievable things with them. Like, so many people are basing their arguments on just assuming it'll stay the way it is this week, which is that as far as I'm concerned, that invalidates you from having the debate. Like, what do you think? How are you 8? Have you seen how anything works? Like, that's absolutely crazy.
My least favorite argument is what's the difference between a person compiling references and a computer?
Yeah,
it's like the difference is fucking people are doing it.
Yeah, that one is really
I like hanging out with people.
Yeah, that one is really the most confusing one to me, because they say it like it's an argument for allowing the AIs, but the thing is that argument is correct. There is no difference, and that's the problem. Pick the people.
That person who makes that argument, go talk to your fucking parents and be like, hey, I'm dating my computer. And then tell me how that goes. And bring your laptop and start making out with your laptop in your high school class and tell me how that goes.
Yeah. Sometimes you need to shame people. That's what society's for.
I'm trying.
Sometimes
you need to shame them.
Sometimes you need to. It's part of brotherly and sisterly love. Sometimes you need to put your hand on the shoulder of the people you care about and say, you're fucking up. That's what society is about. That's why we have this whole thing. Sometimes you just gotta do that for people. This is getting totally out of control. Big corporations are sick of paying us more for our skill set, says Pak Xiao. Yeah, well, they've been sick of that for a long time. That the argument, which this one it was floated as a joke, but I think people actually take it seriously from what I've seen. The argument that for the AIs to replace us, our clients will have to actually know what they want, which you can rephrase that one as things like they'll always need to be a person to art direct or to be the intermediary between the client and the AI. That one's a difficult one to not resort to crass mockery for, because if you honestly believe that your clients are not willing to spend a little bit more time clarifying their thoughts for free instead of paying you the thousands of dollars that you should be charging, you've never worked. It's just clear that you have no experience, you have no idea what you're talking about. Like, of course they will clarify their thoughts and do a little bit of writing to themselves for free rather than pay you, even at the entry level, $30 an hour. Like, of course they're, and again, what do you do that allows them to clarify their thoughts? You show them options, and then from looking at their options, and then from looking at the options you present, the client says, not that, yes, this, not that, yes, this. It's from looking at your options that you offer that clarifies their vision for them. That's just the same thing the robot does. It does it a million times faster than you. So that's not an argument. The idea that our clients will need to know what they want for the AIs to replace us. It's a good joke, but just to be clear, that one is openly fallacious and nonsense.
Yeah, I hope that one's a joke.
Veronica Lala says, campaign to call AI cringe. Yeah, there
you go.
Those would be the lightest aspersions, I would say. I mean, I'd go a little heavier. It's nice to bring back some of the evil words, inhuman, disgusting, abject abominations. Like,
it's pretty good.
Yeah,
you would be a great death metal vocalist.
It's like you can't say those things about human beings, and you shouldn't. But these things are not sentient, and they're going to ruin the world.
There's some people that probably deserve that.
Yeah, I think I've called you an abject abomination at least a couple of times.
I am. Look at me. I'm a fucking horrible looking creature. I have boils all over my face. Just a mess.
Constantly gibbering, just like nonsense.
I've got this like weird lip fold that just keeps making syllables I'm not trying to say. Sucks.
Yeah, but I prefer our meat bags to the amorphous digital bags. That's what I would say.
That's true.
Anorexic says, a big first step should be a company such as Pixar standing against it. It won't happen, but you get the idea. Yeah, that would be a stroke of good fortune. I was talking to my wife about this yesterday, that if the bankers, if it had come for the bankers first, they would put up a way better fight than we're putting up. And I think that it's almost an accident of the timeline that we're going to give it all away for free. And then when it comes for the bankers, we'll see them show teeth and advocate for themselves. Bankers, doctors, whoever, just people who are not resistant to being combative and contentious the way the artists are. And we'll look at them dumbly after our world has been destroyed, our art world has been destroyed. We'll look at them and be like, oh, I didn't know I could do that. Oh, wait, we could have put up a fight. Like, that's a real shame.
They're pretty mean in the medical world.
Yeah, they'll know how to fight.
They
will know how to be like, no, dog, like, I like being a doctor and you don't get to come anywhere near this. They'll know how to actually fight for themselves. And it's unfortunate that they didn't come first, because they would have educated us a lot,
That's true. I will say, this one neurosurgeon that I shadowed, he was really old. He must have been like 85, and he was doing a brain surgery. And the amount of passion that guy had about brains was like the same. It's like the level of passion you have when you talk. He was gleefully showing me different parts of the brain. He's like, can you fucking believe it? And he didn't curse, but he's just like, can you believe that? That's the nucleus accumbens or whatever it was. It was very fascinating.
That's awesome.
They would have a much easier time defending their necessity than us artists would do.
I bet. Yeah, I mean, everything I know about artists and other people definitely tells me that. Also, good thing to be passionate about brains. Great choice. Great choice.
I just want to make a comment to Anorexicant. I hope, just because the title of the account, I hope you're not struggling with an eating disorder. If you are, please go to therapy. It is a very serious thing to deal with.
I didn't mean to laugh at that. It just surprised me that James said that, and it made me laugh.
Oh no, I mean, I'm serious. I know a lot of people that went through anorexia. It's really troubling.
Yeah, amen, brother.
A tough thing to deal with.
Amen, brother. Yay, people and humans and human concerns.
Yeah. It's almost like they're kind of cool.
Yeah, it's important. Yeah, fight the anti-humanist stuff, man. Everybody, just all of this stuff is completely mired in completely anti-humanist values. They just want to unmake everything that we worked for their own goddamn benefit. And yeah, it ain't good. I was very upset to see that the new video AI that was shown yesterday.
Oh, yeah,
I was very upset to see that, even with the stink that some people are trying to put up, that they were so banally nonchalant about just putting out there that, like, yeah, we just trawled everything on YouTube. Like, just cool. So you're just completely owning up that you didn't, no consent, just everybody's hard work is just your product. It's just disgusting.
Yeah, there is legal precedent that we have copyright on YouTube, so there's not they can't just take it and use it like that. Pretty sure. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it falls into fair use. Unfortunately, like, obviously we should change that, but it might fall into legal.
Well, I mean, at least not. Well, here's the thing. From my understanding, I mean, currently there is actually very strong copyright grounds against all this stuff, right? I mean, it's part of U.S. copyright law, at least, that there needs to be a human involved in copyright. Human agency is involved with copyright, so you cannot copyright or use anything made by anything that is simply generated by a computer. The problem is that these people with way more money than us, who are way more organized than us, and don't have a bunch of self-cannibalizing mewling quims fighting to have their own destruction seated upon them, they are already working to unwrite all of those laws and to change everything to benefit them. And history shows that it usually works out. They usually get what they want when they pick a fight like that, unless people resist.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty insane.
It's going to be brutal. And don't forget, like, you texted me yesterday saying people are out here deluding themselves into these things being good because they feel worthless, right? And
that's true. I stand by that.
I agree. I mean, I think that's one of the most pernicious things that is going on here. I want to remind everybody that the people who are controlling these things and pushing these things and who are creating these pro AI artists, if that's, I think that's a total misnomer, because most of these people, if you actually burrow down on them, have never made anything, so it doesn't add up. But they are relying on you feeling worthless. They are relying on you feeling like you have missed your chance, like you're too old, like you don't get to tell your story, because by putting you in that position, that means that you depend on them. They need you to believe that they hold the silver key to your creativity. They are depending on that. We can also say
it's not just art, man. This is in everything, and it's like, it's hyper-industrialists are literally destroying the planet.
It's absurd.
And all beings on it, because their megalomaniacal egos are so fragile and narcissistic that they need to keep seeing their self-worth through their bank account.
Yeah.
So, and I mean, they're at a point where it's not even a bank account. It's like assets. But I forget, one of those big billionaires killed himself when he became, like, he moved down a rank in richest people in the world. So he just decided he should kill himself.
Yeah.
And I think it says a lot about where they're coming from psychologically, that you know, I mean, you see it on smaller scales with people's behavior, but their psychology is garnering self-worth by bringing people down. And I don't know, listen to any CEO talk about human beings. They don't discuss them as if they're actual people. It's insane.
Yeah, I mean, it sucks, man. And I feel for them. I mean, that sucks. I don't want that for them.
Yeah.
You know, I wish I wish they had more of a sense of internalized self-worth, you know, rather than, you know, I don't know if you're talking about the same guy, but like the CFO of Bed Bath & Beyond, when the stock price crashed, he was like, well, time to exit.
Oh, I think that's the guy.
Yeah.
I think that's the guy I'm thinking of.
That's deeply sad. Deeply sad.
And it's insane. Like, I have two friends that are both working doctors who have to live with roommates who are one's living in a studio apartment because he can barely afford rent as a working doctor.
That's surprising. Jesus.
How insane is that?
What are we doing?
Yeah, this doesn't happen in other places. I mean, it happens to a much smaller degree in other countries, but we have this like completely pathological fucking framework, and then people like people will go and start defending Jeff Bezos's right to be a billionaire. It's like, bitch, you think that guy got there because he works hard? You think billionaires work hard? No. They own people. It's easy. It's easy to do that. It's and it's happening in everything. It's not just art. It's really unfortunate.
It is. It's
crazy.
It is just especially disheartening with the art thing, because it's like art is supposed to be the.
It was a vestige.
Yeah. It was where we would go to rest from all of that chaos, and almost like it's happening in a movie, the powers that be recognize that, and they were like, let's take that from them first. Let's make it so that their safe haven is destroyed, and then that way they'll just have no way to remind themselves that they have some amount of internalized worth and that human creativity is something of its own value, while we then piecemeal take apart everything else and just strip mine everything.
But you know, it's crazy. Like let's take the industry of shipping and trucking. It's like the AI's they're not gonna, when they have self-automated driving trucks, they're not gonna do anything to help those people. No. Sure, productivity has gone up infinitely, and we have more tangible resources to do whatever the fuck we want with, but we won't share those amongst the displaced, and it's it really makes this more of an issue. It makes it an issue in every domain.
It is a huge issue. I have a friend whose job, his day job, is that he helps people cope with their jobs having been automated away. He finds people. Shit. That's his job, day in, day out. He
That's so dystopic.
He goes industry to industry and he helps them get placed for retraining for something to keep them from just going under when their life gets automated away. And I used to hear him talk about that, and I'd be like, man, that's wild. And now I'm like, oh my God. Me and my friends would be like the next, he'd come knocking at our door. Like, here, I'm here to place you with how to do something else because your industry's gone. It's like, oh, we're eating ourselves. And there's just no reason for it. If we could all just agree, like, human happiness and meaning and feelings of peace, and like you get to be creative, like, just if we could all just agree that those are priority number one.
We view everything, we are so indoctrinated into viewing everything through a capitalist lens that the only lens with which we can view art is as a tangible good. And so when a thing comes about that makes tangible goods easier to procure and quicker to make, people are like, yeah, what's wrong with that? That's what CEOs do. CEOs got a CEO. And it's like,
yeah,
is it helping you, you fuck? Like,
God. Well, it's like,
you know, how are you doing now that Jeff Bezos has all of that money? Like, are you doing better working at fucking Whole Foods? Are you doing better? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Yeah,
It's crazy.
It's transparently, the benefits do not balance with what it's doing to us and our minds and our prospects for the future. You know, the fact that I can get my dog's treats delivered same day is really, it's like I would happily sacrifice that to prevent all of this despoiling. Yeah. Nick Ravioli says, what will he do when the counseling service gets automated as well? And that's a good one, Nick.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it's coming. It's coming. Yeah. He'll have to. Well, at least he would be the most equipped to know what to do. He wouldn't be blindsided.
I've been here before.
Yeah, he would at least be prepared. He'd be able to guide himself through that. Oh man. Dang. What if you, Sir Bob says, what if you just have AI generated music? Yeah, it's coming. The real problem is what happens when you like AI generated music. You get what I'm saying? That's the actual problem. All of this is predicated on an actually pretty optimistic view about AI, which I do hold. You know, clearly I'm personally dark on it, but it's predicated on the fact that I believe you fools will like AI art just fine, and that's going to ruin everything. I mean, damn, I saw on the top of Reddit a few days ago, someone generated with AI what dead celebrities would look like if they'd survived, like Kurt Cobain and Michael Jackson, and people were expressing that they were moved to tears by these images in the chat. It's like, don't you see? That's the threat. That's, like we said, like, it is the same. The AIs can do work that really moves people. That's dangerous, right? Like, I'm glad those people got to have some exultant emotions with their morning coffee, right? But that makes real the importance of choosing humanist values instead of the robots, right? It's the real danger is that they can effectively compete and undermine us, and that serves nobody, because the AIs are not sentient, and the people who are going to make money off of it are going to be like Jeff Bezos, just one fucking guy. So,
you like corporate consolidate. The only people that should like this the only way you can like this is if you are currently a billionaire. Yeah. I love when, it's my favorite when like people that are utterly failing at capitalism are the most pro-capitalist fucking people ever.
Oh, like, across the board.
You're pulling in 50K. What are you talking about? Shut up. Stop defending Jeff Bezos.
Yeah. Yeah, I hate to bring it up, but when we were in your stream yesterday, I forget his name. I don't need to name drop him, but you know who I'm talking about. Yes. The main guy we were debating. Like, he kept bringing up how hard his life was, as if that was an argument for these things. And there's no nice way to put it, but like that will never justify undoing all of these opportunities for all these other people. And it reveals how patently brainwashed you are if you who have been the most hurt by all of these systems have just been left so down and out and desperate that you're the most happy to throw in with them and contribute to the ruination of other people's lives just the way that yours was ruined. It's like, yeah. I know that that's a mean thing to say about that person in particular, you know, as an individual, but it's to a person that you keep scratching the surface, and that's what comes out every time. Yeah. It's like
Carly's dad. I'm throwing him under the bus. Sorry, buddy. It's not like the meanest thing. But he's, you know, dealing with a lot of medical issues at the moment, and was talking about he's a hyper right wing. Hates the idea of socialism. Mm-hmm. As we're having this conversation, he's telling me that it's so fucked up that they just keep raising the prices of his medicine and that there should be universal health care.
Oh, like, God.
10 minutes ago, you just said socialism's like the most evil thing, and then said the like, most socialist policy. And it's like, I don't think people realize they're fighting against themselves all the time.
It's horrible.
And I get it. Like, I've experienced psychological manipulation before. It's the type of thing that you don't realize you're being, you don't realize it when it's happening. But we are doing that en masse.
Yeah. Yeah. We are. We really are. And it's, yeah, I don't know what it takes. You know, maybe you need to go through like stuff that you've went through where you just like, you realize, sometimes you need to realize for the first time that you have been manipulated and see what it really is in order to have your eyes open for it.
I'm not going to go into this capitalism, socialism thing because it's not a black or white thing either way. Like, we in America exist with socialist policies and non-socialist policies. It's not a black or white thing. So when you go ahead and say socialism sucks, it's like, okay, there are examples of that where it's a problem. But like, you like think of how one-dimensional you just made them. Look at the chat where they made these arguments. It's like, capitalism is the best system in the world. Yeah, if you're in a first world country, it's not if you're in Bangladesh. It's the worst system if you're in Bangladesh or Haiti. Like, it's a matter of perspective. Like, spend a day in Haiti and then tell me capitalism is the best system that has ever been created. You know what I mean? It's a huge matter of perspective.
And for the love of God, I hope nobody is conflating the AI argument with anything like these larger meta political questions.
I'm just saying I'm saying it's a result of a hyper-capitalist ideology that we are indoctrinated with from birth.
Yeah. But to be clear, I just want to say, just for complete clarity, the AI thing is nested within these things, but it is a patently and clearly horrible idea on its face, separated from any other concerns about larger systems or something like that. It only gets worse as you look at it within the context of those larger systems. But I just want to be clear that it is clearly bad on its own, just if you think about it for a little while. And capitalist, socialist, any system you want to be in, you want to have art. And I think you want to have human-made art in any system that you exist in, because that stuff floats above anything like more practical political concerns or something like that. And it's like the first fight priority, you got to keep your priorities straight, first fights first. We're gonna unhorse our abilities. We're going to completely dismantle our ability to communicate with each other, to connect with each other, to be able to reach each other, if we give all ground to these goddamn inhuman systems that will make it just utterly impossible for us to get at each other. They're going to flood absolutely everything. And it's going to mute out everything. It's just going to be a deafening din of nonstop noise. And
we're getting the worst counter arguments from your chat. No offense to you.
Well, I'm not going to debate politics. Like I'm
not even saying politics. I know I'm not even trying to get into the weeds of politics. What I'm saying is a capitalist framework treats everything as commodities. And I'm not even debating the value of capitalism. I'm saying in that system, you treat everything as commodities. Mm-hmm. So experiences like raising kids, that they have no commercial value. And so what I'm saying is, using that lens for art, it's a logical conclusion to go and say, well, if we can make art cheaper to make, then it's clearly a just cause.
Yeah. Jesse John.
It's a hyper-capitalist framework. It is inherently what that is. It's not anything but that.
Jesse Johnson says, I like when the questions on this stream were more, how do I use reference properly, and not what is the greatest existential threat to modern humans. Very funny. I agree. I also liked it better when I got to just happily make art instead of needing to dismantle the bad incentives behind existential threats. I agree with you, Jesse Johnson. Yeah, I also like that better. Unfortunately, that's not the situation I'm in. It would be in my opinion, it would be deeply irresponsible for me to not be honest about these things, and to bring even one neutral, to snap even one neutral person awake to realize what is going on here is completely worth it for me to tank the mood of my silly art stream I won't hesitate from that for a second. And I am doing that in the really intense hope that we can defeat this thing, and then I can just return to answering how do I use reference properly forever. That's what I want too, baby. That's where I want to go. I don't want to, because I see what's coming. I see an onslaught of public and private conversations with extremely creative, extremely skilled, thoughtful people, my friends, my peers, and my inspirations, having to tell me about the conversation is going to shift to how'd you manage your exit strategy? So how did you land on your feet after everything got destroyed? You spent 30 years developing one of the most impressive skill sets in the history of art. And it was thoughtlessly made irrelevant by people who don't even like art. So how did you make the transition to, being a newspaper reporter or being a professional bowler? Like that, those will be the conversations that we have. And that is a larger conversation that is important, and there's no way it's not going to happen here for as long as the fight needs to happen, because there's sometimes a current with conversations like these where people say, just stick to the practical stuff. Just, when people ask questions about such and such as this, don't question their priorities, just answer technically. And it's like, I hate to tell you, man, but once you've been doing art for a long time and you've taught a lot of people, you realize reorienting people's priorities is often the correct answer. People
That's
do.
very true.
One of the most common problems in art is having your priorities wrong, is focusing on the wrong things, is concentrating on the wrong aspects of what you're doing. That's one of the most classic problems, and it's one of the quickest fixes for things. So this, in a meta sense, is a version of that. It's trying to get people on this, because I tell you, man, another part of this conversation is that I'm talking with people who aren't artists about this, and I promise you, the news is not good. I mean, people who aren't artists, who are not involved in this in a nuanced way, they're just even they don't even hold the optimistic viewpoint that a lot of you are holding, where it's like, it's not going to turn out that bad. When I tell people who don't do art, that is to say your audience, the masses, the people you would hope would pay you, they all take it hook, line, and sinker. They're like, wow, that's cool that the computers are as good as artists. Great. They're just done. They accept your defeat. They're not going to help you. We need to help each other. The people who aren't artists just get it. They're like, oh, right, yeah, they came for you and it's over. And they're perfectly happy to believe that and understand that art is completely devalued because you just tell the computer what to do and you get the image. That's what the New York Times says. And they don't give a shit about you. They don't care that you're upset. We need to help each other, because that's what this is all doing to the optics and the value of art. And it will lay us out first, and then it will come for the rest of humanity. I mean, it's not going to be good when Disney, YouTube, Google, Facebook, and all of them are the only people who can. They will have the whole market so oppressively weighed down with just mountains of mediocre crap that they will be the only ones they'll just hit a button that says, all right, now we made our real thing and let's just elevate that. And then they'll silence the din around that particular product and they'll elevate that. And the individual artist, the hope that an individual voice could rise up will just be completely squashed, So as I also, to come back to why I got on this rant, I also wish I was just talking about how to use reference effectively. I am unhappy that we let it get this bad and that we're willing to roll over like this. But this conversation has to be had.
Bravo.
Gross. Freaking gross.
All right, well, you don't have to go and insult me.
My God, bud.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's a silly time.
It is. It is silly. Silly is a good word for it.
Silly.
It's just like if you stop and think about it for even a second, it's just like, oh right, yeah, That's not good.
Bro,
That's not a good
someone
idea.
in the chat says, bro, that guy said he'd only use AI for world building. I think he wasn't an artist at all. It's like, yeah, that's the whole part.
He said that. He basically explained, like, yeah, I want to use these things because I've never been able to make art. And he's like, it was all, oh God, like, yeah, that ain't it. That ain't it, man.
That's the part, man.
When you talk to people about this stuff in the future, when you take an AI bro to task, I encourage you, scratch. Try to get them to become non-anonymous. Try to get them to tell you about what brought them here. And I'll bet you $1,000 every time you do that, they will quickly reveal to you that you were taking them way too seriously. Every time you scratch, they will start to say things that you're like, oh, right. Yeah, no, I was giving you too much credit. You're nuts. I'm going to step away from this now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah, so I encourage everybody as this you're not going to avoid this. This is going to get worse and worse. I encourage you all as you go into the weeds with this stuff, which you'll have to if you're trying to be around instead of just being a hermit. Scratch.
Yeah,
scratch.
My brain's already going into cope mode, so
it's hard. It's hard. I know.
Yeah.
It's hard. But God damn it, I'm just so angry. I can't just cope.
Yeah, no, it's a righteous indignation. It's good.
It's just
good.
so blatantly not right.
Yeah, it truly isn't.
Morse says you're literally fighting no one. Just let it happen, Steven. No, that's not true. That's just because you haven't had the arguments. I know. I am fighting people.
Everybody that says shit like that, bro, you don't fucking make art.
Yeah,
shut up.
Just step aside. Just get out of the way. Let mommy and daddy handle it. That's all. That's all it is.
Yeah, like you're getting your bills paid right now by yourself. Like it's shut up.
Yeah.
Like, really. Don't say, like, you have no context whatsoever.
Yeah, it's like
you have no context. You've not done it. You've not dealt with clients. You've not dealt with paying bills.
Yeah.
And if you have, well, then you're not doing it with art. Yeah, it is the same thing as the learn to code argument, basically.
Yeah.
I don't know if you heard about that.
Oh, yeah, I've heard that one. But the irony is, of course, that they're all freaking out about it now, too.
Yeah, exactly.
I was talking to I was at something with one of my coder friends, and she was telling me about how, and she just got into the industry recently, but she was like, oh, yeah, that's a hot topic in the Slack channel. Like, the irony is thick,
Yeah.
It's real, man. There's no reason for this. Just get everybody on board. Let's all just remember that there's no reason to be on this planet if we're not enjoying what we're doing moment to moment. So we have to stop just giving away the stuff we enjoy doing moment to moment. That's why what hope is there elsewise? And then people say UBI. It's like, have you been around? Like, good luck. Like the world would sooner just give everything away and then let us die with the way everything goes these days. Jesus. So just keep don't try to handle it later. Just protect things now. Just try to protect things now. This is me at my most conservative. I've never been more conservative in my life. Can you believe it? Like, just protect the stuff that we have, the beautiful things that we have in hand. Just protect it now. Don't give it away for free for no goddamn reason. Stop it.
It's crazy.
It is insane. It's patently crazy.
Sports is the one area, I gotta say, it's the one area that you can't AI it. It was pretty nice to see unadulterated talent and skill on display at the Ranger game last night, even though they lost. It's quite nice.
We'll all have to be athletes. Well, once the AIs are done with us. Why not? That'll work.
Feel good.
That'll work out. You know how everybody can be an athlete. How there's no difference in abilities there.
Did I tell you? So the universe told me it told me it's like, bro, you are not an athlete. I did in my first month and a half of hockey. I sprained my back and broke half my tooth And I was like, I think the universe is telling me to stay at home.
Well, it may be telling you to take it easy. Maybe not stay at home. You really love hockey, so I think you should be out there.
It's so good. I'm obsessed.
Yeah.
If art gets taken away, I'm just gonna go skate every day.
Go for it, man. Yeah, I think it's probably just telling you to take it easy, to not to be a little bit careful.
Yeah. Maybe wear a face shield.
Maybe. Casey Snipe says, yeah, that's probably a good idea, James. Casey Snipe says robot athletes on the Jetsons. I think robot athletes will come, but something tells me that at that point it's so on the surface, you know, because like AI art is detached because it'll just get posted and you'll never quite be able to tell who did what. So there's a level of detachment there. But I think with AI, with robot athletes, I think it'll come, but it'll be so on the surface that people will be like, well, today I'll check out some robot athletes just for the novelty, but I still want to see human beings do something crazy, you know? But the detached stuff, you know, the stuff where you create like a product instead of a performance, that's really, that's in danger. That's in grave danger.
Yeah. I think it will have to be more, maybe performative, who knows? Where you like do what you're doing now, streaming and presenting it in a public forum.
Yeah. I mean, I think this is, like I said, people who want to get into this new are really going to have difficulty because of the AI video bots that they're making, which, like I said, the video they put out yesterday is a teddy bear painting a teddy bear, which is almost like you should take that as a galling attack. They're mocking you. So that's going to make it very difficult for people to, I mean, people just won't believe each other. I mean, they'll just be like, you didn't draw. You could say it as much as you want. You could say it as until you're blue in the face that you made something. But why would anyone believe you? Why would anyone believe you? People will believe me because they can always look.
You got it on paper.
Yeah, they got, well, not just on paper, but it's like, well, here's the thing. The AIs will also make images that look like you drew it on paper, right? Like they'll do that. So people will always believe me because people will always be able to see that I've been doing this on the internet, recording it since like, you know, when I first started streaming back in like 2015 or something like that. But for everybody else who's coming in after, they'll always have reason to doubt. It's going to screw everybody. It's going to make it so hard for everyone. So resist, resist. Chris Maycock says, serious question. Is trolling this channel a bad habit? Serious question. It's probably a good habit,
I said it's bad because none of them are funny, so it's...
I haven't caught any.
In my experience, everybody that trolls on the internet thinks they're the funniest person ever, and it's like, they all suck.
Yeah, if you're gonna troll...
It's just annoying. It's not funny, and it's just... There's some people that troll, and it's fun, but like...
Yeah, if you troll, try to make it sublime, Try to make it like really, really good. A really good way to troll me would be like make an AI simulacrum of Craig Mullins to come on an interview with me to discuss this stuff, and then reveal at the end of the interview that it's a AI simulacrum.
That's not even a troll. That's just great.
No,
That'd be fun.
I mean, bravo! I would clap. I'd be like, it would also only prove my point, right? But
yeah,
it would be so awesome.
I think I'm gonna need you to move your camera though, so I can get a couple more angles for my AI.
Yeah, I need to. Just kind of.
I'm just seeing your face from this one angle. So
no one ever sees the right side of my face. So when the AI tries to simulate me, when I turn my head, it'll be some Lovecraftian mess over here, just trying to guess what I look like.
Yeah, the other side will just be totally fucked up.
It is actually hauntingly good at guessing what's on the unseen side of things. They're actually really good at that.
Well, luckily, the other side of your face looks really similar to the side we're seeing.
I'm not all that symmetrical, but you could take a good guess.
Yeah.
Let me see. Let's see what people are saying in the chat. Light Lawlet says AI art actually won some art competition already. Real effed up world we live in. Yeah, I mean that's only going to get more complicated because the lying hasn't started in earnest yet. That set off the news and got it into like Forbes and the New York Times and stuff like that. But then the fair reacted with like, it's all right, we'll just make an AI art part of the a separate category for AI art, and it's like you fools, like you what do you or LOL, like the lying just hasn't begun proper. There's no, I mean, that's another part of why it's gonna flood the markets, just because the people who are doing it just they're not gonna say they're doing it, and you won't be able to tell. Again, if you think you'll always be able to tell, it's a failure of imagination. And then the common rejoinder there is, oh, well, people will make AIs that detect AIs. And it's like, except that the data sets necessary will be so big that the people who make the AIs to detect other AIs will be Facebook, Google, all of the big companies. And they'll have, you'll never be able to know if they're privileging some AIs over others, getting false negatives, things like that. I mean, those news stories are inevitable. People are always going to go where the incentives are, and they have every incentive, every bad incentive, right? Every anti-humanist incentive to lie about all of those things instead of tell the truth, unfortunately.
That makes me want coffee.
Oh my God, I'd love some coffee. I actually need to add...
It's not related at all. Can I shift the topic slightly?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just feel that, I mean, I could also just step off. It's just so sad. It's just making me sad.
Yeah.
What's making you happy right now?
Well, drawing is making me happy. I just want to be clear that even though I'm talking about all these things, I'm so mad and I'm so passionate because I truly love drawing. I mean, it's the most precious thing in my life. Like laying this out this morning is about as happy as I ever get.
That's awesome.
I mean,
I can say from an individualist standpoint, the thing that scares me is the potential of not being able to continue doing this as much as I do, for sure. Like, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen, but I am thankful every day that I fucking get to do this. It's so sick.
It's great.
It would suck to lose that.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's a rare and wonderful thing to do, and the prospect of being able to do it is very life affirming, even for people who don't have it. It gives you a great goal to head towards, a dream to have, and it's like life is built on that stuff to some degree.
I know for me, when I was younger, learning guitar, every like step and accomplishment, it brought me. I used to be super shy, and then that like totally fixed that. As soon as I started playing guitar, it was like life affirming is kind of the best way to put it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Gave me a reason to live and not be a little depressed teen.
Yeah, I mean, it gives you so much of what you'd need in life. So much of life feels so slippery a lot of the time. Like you're not sure why you're doing things or what this is for. And when you're doing something like getting better at an instrument or getting better at a skill, it's so clearly real and direct that at least for me, that's like one of the most life affirming things about it. It's like you're just having a direct experiential contact with like your body existence, the progression of time, like it grounds you in reality, I find. Like every time I draw and I feel myself riding basically this giant Spanish galleon that I've been constructing for 16 years, it's like it puts me in contact with my entire autobiographical history and the biomechanical facts of my human structure, of my hands, of my being, of my willpower, of my discipline. It's like it reminds you what the fuck you are, right? In a way that just being confused and sort of, moving my car for alternate side street parking and being like, oh, here we go again. Like it's just, other things don't really do that way. It's very, very life affirming.
Yeah. I got to say, it is a little disappointing for us that I'm a little sad that trucking wasn't before art. It seems like that one would have been a little easier to automate.
Well, I mean, it's really like a perfect punchline that they came for the artists first, right?
Hysterical, actually.
It's so good because a year ago, everyone would have said we would have been the last to be threatened by automation. So it's like a movie. It's really they went right for the jugular. It's some good stuff, man.
Yeah.
Whew.
It's kind of funny. Yeah, I wasn't. Man, I'm feeling kind of naive too. I wasn't really thinking of it as such a threat, because to me it seemed pretty obviously shitty. Like the art didn't seem that great. But you're right. It'll probably be good. It seems like
it will.
I looked at that GIF of the bear painting the bear. That looked pretty.
It looked pretty good.
Really convincing.
It looked like a real stop motion animation. Yeah.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, it'll clearly get good because they're stealing the best stuff. You know, they're stealing the work of the best living artists. You know, that's why.
Wait. Oh, sorry. Wait, I just saw a tweet from Sahil, I thought this was Sahil from Gumroad. Says, I spent 1.5 hours tweaking things to produce these visuals: the hair, the perfect red lipstick color, focus, eyes, wrinkles, theme, reflections, clothing. Here, I'll send this to you.
No, I saw it already, actually. Nick Ravioli in the chat posted it in my Discord earlier today. Boy. Yeah, so I saw it. It's, yeah, man. Yeah, that's, yeah. At that point, I don't know what to say to somebody.
Yeah. And at least we could be influencers. We could just we'll just go full in on social media.
It's like, I'm glad, dog, that you had fun tweaking, right? But I hate to say it, but the idea that you're actually, let me resort to my document that I'm writing. Let me just read a particular part that I wrote here. The usual retort here is that even if the images need no fixing, someone must do the prompting. So this is why I'm reacting to that, the idea of like dialing things in and stuff like that. If your imagination failed you before and it's doing it again, you should be doubly ashamed. The future of these AIs does not involve humans sitting around typing prompts into them. Your piteous dream of getting a job as an AI soothsayer who through loving cajoling draws the most beautiful possible image out of the machine is infantile. The AIs are just as good at generating strings of text as they are generating images, and then I read the rest earlier. But that's a really good point. The dialing, the turning the knobs is like you're finishing off the training. That's all you're doing. It's like they're gonna once you've tuned enough dials, they'll have all the data they need and they will kick you off. And no one will be prompting anymore. It'll just run, and it'll just start regurgitating every possible image based on the algorithms that monitor the news, buzzwords, everything that we already have. It'll just, you'll watch an anime that you like. You'll watch the first episode one day, and when you wake up and look at your phone on the next day, the mega feed of the AI, which you have no access to, will say, we saw you like that anime. Here's the girl that you liked from it having sex with all your other favorite characters. And it'll show you 800 versions of it that have already been tuned exactly, and you'll be like, yeah, right. Why would I become a Patreon porn artist, right? I'm picking the most lascivious example, but you can imagine it with everything. That those shoes you saw, the thought you had yesterday, the thing you said to your friend. You'll have a novel idea. You'll say it over coffee. Your phone will be listening, and when you wake up, the AI will have given you, hey, that novel idea you had. Here's 900 rendered images of a prototype of it. What do you think? It's like it'll completely short circuit the part of your brain that has any reason to think. And
Grifters be out here grifting, man. I mean, at the end of this tweet is kind of gives it away. It says, it was a joy to achieve a result I couldn't have previously. And it's, I hate to quote Taylor Swift, but it's not about what does she say? I don't know. It's not about the mountain. It's about the climb or something.
Yeah, dog. Yeah, it's passing the buck, man. And it's frustrating because my whole channel was already about this. My whole YouTube is me saying you're supposed to be having fun right now. You know, that's the whole point of my channel. So it's really frustrating to see the infinitum ad absurdum threatening the whole world where everyone they're going all in on it's all about the final product, and they're gonna give everything away.
Yeah.
Based on that, I didn't work hard enough. I didn't convince enough people that it was supposed to be fun. Right the fuck now. What are you all doing? Jesus.
Yeah. It's crazy.
There I go blaming myself again. I said it was all my fault. My therapist will therapist will be displeased.
Blaming you. I'm kind of pissed at you.
You should be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, we gotta do the good work. You know, we gotta I think
we need to go beyond just talking, though. I think it needs to be more. In general, it's gonna need more actionable steps.
Yeah. Well, like I said,
what they're doing is good.
I'm keeping. Like I was saying, I'm keeping my eye on the organizations that are popping up. You know, and I think we definitely need to support those things and throw in. You know, I don't think I don't have the clout of someone like a Craig Mullins getting up there and having that discussion in court or something like that. But we need to support, and even if this isn't where the war is won, these conversations are clearly important, because yesterday it made you tune into it for the first time, and there's at least a couple people in chat who have tuned into it for the first time from hearing these arguments. So these grassroots conversations are important, I truly believe.
Yeah, I mean, I was aware of this type of I mean, obviously I was aware of the AI art, but I was passionate about this type of thing with other industries, not realizing kind of how good this AI generated art is getting.
Yeah. I mean, again,
tune it out.
I want to be clear. Lay people already don't care. They already think it's fine. Lay people already are like, yeah, that's good enough. It looks great. I mean, they're already amazed. They're not.
Well,
there's not
people love their fucking Amazon packages, and they don't think about the insane ramifications that has on human beings that have to not pee all day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're pretty willing to, shove that burden onto others. That was the point I was trying to make about Haiti earlier.
Yeah.
I like making money and doing well, and I think all that stuff is fun. But the moment your success comes at the extreme expense of other people, that's when it becomes a little bit of a problem. And I do feel personally a little bit selfish, because I'm only getting more active about it once it's affecting me. That's probably part of the human condition.
But it's better than doing nothing. I mean, it is, what's the original version of the quote? Is it from Schindler's List? First they came for the Jews and I said nothing. It's that kind of a thing. It's like, that is a shame. We could have done better, but it's better to tune in at some point than not at all. Right.
True.
So we got to pay attention to it while it's there.
Raz is over here being a capitalist. How many employees do you have, Raz? Answer me. How many employees do you have? How's that working out for you, bro? Sorry, I'm being aggro.
Yeah, let's see what's up in chat. Hiring a real artist will be like playing a vinyl record. Yeah, that's fun. Great. Good. Excellent. Someone says I've worked in games for 27 years and met maybe half a dozen real artists. Yeah, that's not, that's not the status quo we want to maintain, but it's only going to get worse, and I think we all agree. No one wants that, right? We all want games made by more real artists, right? Markable Airbrush is clearly here late. AI has a lot of trouble drawing hands. So do humans. The problem is that every human being needs to relearn how to draw hands in every instance of every individual human being. The AIs only need to learn once, and then they will do it perfectly forever. So not really... I wouldn't hang your hat on that hook, my friend. Very excited about your upcoming video about the AI. Yeah, watch out for it. I'm trying to write down my thoughts as clearly as I can. It's basically just structured as a series of counter arguments to the most common arguments that people say when we talk about these things. And if you want to fight the good fight, I hope that these arguments will serve you well, and that you will carry them forward, and that you will build upon them and expand the debate and make it better and better and better. Humans will be reduced to only painting hands and AI art. We should be so lucky. The sad part is that we won't even get that. If you read the language, I highly encourage everyone to go read the James, are you still there?
Oh, I'm still here. I'm sorry. I was just letting you do your thing.
No, sorry. It's just the noise suddenly disappeared, so I thought something had disconnected. If you go read the language for things like Midjourney and stability and stuff like that, they make it clear. If you read it closely, if you read between the lines, they make it clear that their objective is to offer a perfect product that requires no human creativity. They advertise it. They don't happily say, this makes beautiful bases. This generates such great ideas for you to build upon. This is a platform for you to then progress your creativity. That is optimistic fortune telling that the coping artists have projected onto it. If you read their releases, if you read their marketing language, it's clear what they want to say. You type it in, it's perfect, no work needed, and artists are a bottleneck. That they're advertising it. They're telling you what their plan is. It's not a tool they want to replace you. And there will be their goal is to leave no quarter for you. There will be no little task for you to do. There will be no compositing a face on. There will be no adding paint blobs. It will do everything, and it won't be hard. It won't be difficult. The fact that they solved faces in 2 weeks, nothing's harder than faces. Faces are the hardest thing. It's just there's just a smaller data set for close-ups of hands. That's the only reason it's having trouble with hands. They'll solve everything. I mean, it got faces. It's not gonna have trouble with anything else.
You gotta start a union. That's what it seems like.
It would be.
I think I lost you. Oh,
no,
sorry.
No, I'm still here. It would be the first sort of a artist union, because we're bad at making unions. You know, artists are so independently minded.
We're not very good at organizing.
No. Jfish says, "Hi, Steven. I'm starting to get commission requests on Instagram. Do you recommend going through a third-party website such as Fiverr, Etsy to handle transactions? If so, which site is best?" I actually wouldn't recommend that. I mean, if you're getting commission requests through Instagram, I would just handle it on your own. Because Fiverr and Etsy always take a cut, you know.
It's your PayPal.
Yeah, just open up a PayPal account. Get half up front. Always ask for half up front for independent little requests like that.
All right, Steven, I think I'm going to get some coffee.
All right, buddy.
I'm sufficiently re-depressed. I was undepressed, and then I've been re-depressed.
I get you, bud, because I was there. It's just part of the process. It's just part of the process. I'll tell you for real that once I started getting my head right on it and accepting that I wasn't buying the arguments from other people, which I really tried. I really, in good faith, people who tried to tell me like the opposite viewpoint, again, friends, like I, in good faith, went and sweated those things all throughout the night. And I've had my mind changed on many things throughout my life, but I could not bring myself to do the mental gymnastics to agree with them. And after I gave that protracted, long, good faith thinking, and just accepted that I don't agree and that I'm willing to state my opinion clearly and honestly and vigorously, it got rid of that. It transformed from depression into just feeling aligned, and you know, anger is probably not a useful anger is not an essential emotion, but if there is a version of anger, the kind of just like calm, this is foolish, righteous indignation anger is not. It doesn't come with a lot of depression. You know.
Yeah.
It's
they're asking me how it can affect me as an animator. I don't know. I just saw a video today.
Yeah.
There's a giant repository of anime.
Yeah, man. I mean, people just haven't caught on because Meta released it yesterday. Just go search Meta's, new AI video bot. The samples are haunting. The one I hated the most was the unicorns running on the beach one. I don't know if you saw that one.
I didn't see. I just saw the bear.
It was so crude as these all begin, but it was still so strangely captivating on an acid trip level. It's like really
so crazy.
Yeah, really loathsome to see something like that. So you'll all catch on.
I'm doing my next shot on paper because I'm sufficiently grossed out. Even working on this tablet, I'm feeling kind of grossed out. So I'm gonna do my next shot on paper. And
paper's nice, but again,
a good fight.
I just want to say, because I know that you don't mean that in some extreme sense, but for people who are listening, I just want to clear up. Like, again, the difference between traditional paper and drawing digitally is such a small difference in comparison to this that please do not draw false equivocations about, if you use digital drawing at all, then you should be okay with the AIs. You're a fool. They're so vastly different that it should basically be a cardinal sin in this argument to make a false equivocation like that. That's absurd.
It's a cardinal sin as far as I'm concerned. All right, my friend.
All right, buddy.
I will see you, not tomorrow. I'll see you Sunday.
Yeah, let's just keep an eye on the weather, but we'll figure this thing out. All right, man. Love you, bud.
Dude.
Talk soon.
Love you too, man. I'll see you soon.
Peace. All right. Love a good bracing conversation. It's all right to be angry, people. Don't let them take your teeth away. It won't be the last time we have to have this conversation. And don't give in when people hit you with like, oh, well, I didn't come here for this, and I'm not here to talk about this stuff. It's like, again, that's just more stuff that is trying to keep you from having the real conversation. I'm never gonna... Don't react to people's implications that you're being boring and things like that. It's like, sometimes you need to talk about stuff. Fight. Those people who are going to refuse to hear it or talk about it are unfortunately the ones who will look back and they'll be like, shit, I should have said something. Hi, what are you drawing? I am drawing a picture that I am tentatively titling Pray for a Spiritual Creature. And if you're asking, like, what is the content? I think it's self-explanatory. These are kinky anime cat girl mates. That's obviously what it's supposed to be. I know I'm not all the way there yet. I haven't practiced that so much, but, it's just like rough sketch version, and pretty soon I think you'll be able to tell these are kinky anime cat girl mates. I'll get there. Oh yeah, that's modern day James for anybody who didn't know. Anybody? Hey Joe, if you're still here, can you post James's YouTube link in the channel? Great animator. Great friend, great artist all around. A really, really, really good animator. You should go see the Brave Fencer Musashi animation that he's working on right now, man. It's that's it, It's the real deal. It'd be your favorite cut in a fight scene from a pro anime. It's awesome. Ryuji Game says, do you think not safe for work artists unsafe as well? So far I haven't seen not safe for work images from AI art. That's just because they're currently preventing those from being generated so that the press isn't bad. But yeah, at the very first opportunity, someone who just doesn't have those limitations on them, they're going to release a not safe for work version. And people have already found ways to massage it to get around the programmed limitations in the AIs, and it will do. Yeah, it does pretty nice not safe for work art. You'd be titillated. You'd take a look. You'd be like, what's that? You'd be like, oh. That's what you would do. Hey, Steven, did you ever have a moment where personal work felt boring and unfulfilling to you? Yeah, of course. You know, go for a walk. Sometimes you just need something to make personal work about, you know? Go get into an argument, or, you know, try a new thing and fail, or, you know. There's nothing weird about that, you know? Don't take it too heavily. Give yourself some time. Go have a new experience to make personal work about. But, you know, not for the sake of that. Just do it because you want to have a deep attachment with life, you know? You know, you gotta put something in there to actually like make art about, you know? I don't need to wear these anymore. I forgot about that. Hi, Steven. This AI art biz has gotten me to think about tropes and its impacts on AI datasets and their outputs. Surely an Ouroboros effect is inevitable. I think so. They will feed on each other and on themselves very aggressively. I mean, it's not hard to imagine the AI sort of training itself on its own images, which I think they kind of already do. But it's going to get hairy really fast. And the problem is that even if that produces like a degradation in image quality, they'll still win just off of sheer volume. You know, the AI can just make 1 billion images a day, all day, every day. Like, it'll drown you out. Fight. Make people hate it. It's not a person. It doesn't work for us. It's not here to help us. And it's okay to destroy it. It's okay to insist, no, you don't get to exist. Fight. Make people hate it. The implications of a not safe for work AI art is so bad. Just imagine someone generating NSFW art of real people or famous people. Yeah, man, it's coming. Start taking your bikini pics down. I took all of mine down. I went through my like my Facebook and stuff, and all photos of me in my skimpy little 2 pieces, took them all down. Art Apprentice says, how do you make someone hate it though? Non-artists I've talked to love it. They already do that. I mean, I'm going to put out, you know, my video with arguments against it. Talk to them. Try to explain to them what it's doing to the world. Like, do what artists are bad at. Fight. Advocate. You know, you're all listening to me about this stuff because I'm passionate, because it's clear I care and I have a cogent argument. Be the same, you know? Sway them with that. You're all already having so much trouble getting people to care about your art. Don't we all experience that? I'm sure to a person, all of you in this chat are struggling to get people to care about your art. You should hate this thing. You should want it undone. Think this is gonna help it? Come on, people. Hello, Brody. What about the hurricane dance? Surely nothing lascivious could come out of that. Lascivious. Yeah, I might have to get rid of that. I know what you guys are going to do with that. I know you're all going to get on your little AI. You're going to get your computer up there. You're going to start typing. You're going to say, Steven Zapata sliding down a stripper pole. No clothes. Octane render trending on ArtStation 8K, highly detailed. I know what you're all going to do. Full eye contact. Mr. Zapata, how come you don't just get a glove? I wear one when I use my drawing screen, but it's just I don't know how else to put it. My hand gets sweaty in there. It's like I'm so used to just drawing with just my hand that it's like it gets uncomfortable wearing that thing. You cowards won't draw stripper pole Steven by hand. That's how you fight the AIs, man. Draw stripper pole Steven by hand. I believe in you all. You can do it. Let me record for a bit here. Ooh, I'm so worked up. I got so much black energy inside of me. Just such bubbling anger. We're going on almost 4 hours streaming and I feel like I just started. I'm getting very hungry though. Blew right through lunch, 2 p.m. here in New York City. It feels appropriate that, so I think I'm probably going to use this one to illustrate the anti-AI manifesto, which feels appropriate because now I've done some significant portion of it while actually raging about it, executing it. So that feels thematically right. You know, that feels good. Your character design and art is amazing. Thank you so much, Brody. You okay there? The AI will take this image too. That will prove your point. Yep. It's true, it's true. They're happy to steal anything and everything. They'll steal all the AI images you make as well, for the record. Don't fool yourself into thinking that you'll create novel, super interesting new art using the AI because you come up with the best words. As soon as you make anything novel, it'll turn its baleful eye on your new novel entry. It'll just steal every interesting idea you have. There'll be nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. This is gonna be a cool one, man. This is gonna be a really cool drawing. This is gonna be a good one. I don't know, I'm telling you, I got a good feeling about it. This is gonna be a good one. NRX says, well, I really want to see what VFX soups think about the Meta AI video, lol. all kinds of artists, the media is not the point here, are going to be screwed if they don't do something in time. Yeah, well, hopefully, well, that's the thing. The artists will be upset, but the producers, the bosses, they'll be like, oh yeah, oh no. But in the back of their heads, they'll be like, oh, thank God. Get to do everything so much cheaper and make more money myself. Artists with artists, man. If we don't do something in time, there'll just be nothing fun left for you to do. And it'll be very discouraging. Learning how to draw is very difficult. When you hit that first roadblock in learning how to draw, when you hit the first plateau, it's like, oh, it's all good for, you know, a couple months, and then you have your first hard time. And then you remember that, oh yeah, computers effortlessly make any image you could ask for. You're all gonna wash out. That's just the way it works statistically. Most people will quit, and that's a shame. It's like just seeding human endeavor, creativity, and ambition for the sake of nonsensing machines. It's not a good idea, friend. It's like, I hate to tell you, man, but you're not Buddha. You're not a Nietzschean Ubermensch or something like that. You're not just going to have the self-created willpower to be completely unmoved by global incentives. Like, that ain't you. That ain't any of us. That ain't me. You want to do the things that you like doing that are fun in peace? Don't let the incentives go all the wrong way. Sabina says, Steven, I wanted to thank you because ever since I started listening to your meditations and lives, I finally started to find for my artistic voice, and also I started to feel extra motivated. Sabina, many blessings to you. I'm very happy to hear that. That's great. The world needs that. You know, art is a beautiful journey to go on. When it's easy, when it's hard, all of it. It's an amazing, amazing journey to go on. And what art demands of you as you try to find your voice, right? Trying to understand yourself better, searching about yourself, asking yourself questions about yourself, asking yourself questions about what you like and why. Those are some of the best questions you could ask in life. I mean, it's going to be extremely educational for you, and it's happening in such a safe and wonderful and creative and expansive place. It's like, it's a beautiful, beautiful journey to go on. It's a wonderful thing. Well, I really think more indie companies are going to rise up if big corps are going to screw artists up. More independent productions and such things. Yeah, I just ask again, like, if the independent corporations are going to spring up because they have access to AIs so that they can make bigger productions with less team, what are you gonna... There is no time limit. Like, whatever the independent team would make, Marvel or Google and everybody else, they don't need to say, oh, well, you know, both teams are saying we can make 1 million things a month. So what is the independent company going to do when Marvel's AI is bigger and better and they can all make an infinite amount of product? But Marvel, Google, YouTube, Facebook, all of them control the environment. So they flood everything with so much that it's just impossible for people to find the independent company could make 1,000 things. They'll drown it out with 1,000,000 things, with 1,000,000,000 things. And if they have a better AI, it's just, what? I don't understand. I see the optimism there. Like, I'm like, again, another, like, you know, a lesser of two evils, but I just don't see how that's really gonna happen, you know? H says, doesn't it still take artists to interpret AI art for producers, etc.? No, just right now, but that's temporary. It won't stay the way it is now. I mean, this is literally, you know, this is month 4. They're already great, and they're already in the industries. It won't be forever. The idea that a class of AI soothsayers will arise, whose job it will be to interpret, be the middleman for the producers, that's just a dream. It's not coming. The prompting will stop. The AIs will just run on their own. They won't need you. In fact, they won't need any. The AIs won't need interpretation at all. They will tell you what to do. A producer will just wake up and the AI will say, we analyzed all of the information on Netflix from clicks, and we're telling you the next show you make is actor A, B, C, D on this set with this plot, and we know it'll work. It's like, there won't be any interpreting. It will tell you what to do. That already happens, for the record. Netflix already comes up with shows based on conspicuously aligned thumbnails that people click on. Yeah, I'll leave when I'm up. I'm not going to stay on for much longer. I've already been going for 4 hours here. I always wind up eating lunch around 2 on streaming days. I gotta remember where my signature is gonna go. Somewhere there, so I just have to leave a conspicuous value shape there for me to sign on. Bye, Travis. Apologies for mini raging at a couple trolls who I let get my goat. I'm fired up about this mess too. Happy to have you. It's, you know, we're gonna have to live in this for a bit here. What time do you hit the hay? I go to bed pretty early. I usually go to bed somewhere between 9 and 10. It's pretty rare these days that I'm up until 11 p.m. I go to bed pretty early. I like waking up early, that's why. I didn't used to be that way. My wife turned me into a morning person. Or at least more of a morning person than I used to be, much more. Benjamin says, thanks for the talk. I don't have a dog in this fight, but it's nice to get a higher perspective on this passion. Have a good one till next time. Thank you so much, Benjamin, for being here. Have a great day. Goodbye, Dorian. Go storyboard. Kick some ass. AI can't sit with us. Yeah, you can't. Chuck says, why do this? They already have more money than they could possibly spend. Why destroy human creativity? Because they're not thinking about it. Because they don't care. You know, they don't care about you. That's why you have to fight back. You got to take them to task. You got to show up and be like, no, you're stupid. You're not thinking this through. It's like, it's just because they can. It's just because they can, and they got FOMO, and they're like, oh, they have an AI, we have to make an AI. You know, it's just, that's how everything works. Stupid. No one's paying attention. No one's living in reality. You know, no one's pausing. You know, life, all of life now is all about drive, forward, go, productivity, more. Nobody, I hate to use the anodyne classic tropey phrase, but nobody stops and smell the roses. Nobody just look at a flower, look at a bush, look at the beautiful way that a tree arcs towards the sky and twists its limbs up to the heavens. Stop and feel what it feels like moment to moment to scratch some graphite into a piece of paper and just remember that it's all really good right now. We don't want to take this away from ourselves. You know, it's nice to be present and not rushing and not pushing and not making everything about productivity and thereby implicitly judging your moments by whether they are fast or slow. Just leaving space for people to just feel okay taking their time and not having everything be perfect and just feeling experience moment to moment. It's like that's when we all feel our best. There's just no one there, because they're people too. It's the people who are doing this, they're people too. If we could just remind them, you know. But short of reminding, ostracize them, cast them out, take them to task. Don't make it easy on them. Make them cringe. Don't make it easy for them to take everything from you. Make it hard. Hi from France, Stephen. Hello from New York, Ella. Thank you for your devotion and guidance. It has helped me so much in my journey. I saw you had one and wanted to ask you if electric sharpeners are worth it. I think so. I use mine constantly. I use the X-Acto Power 3. That's what's sitting right over there on my desk. I have very few like hand sharpeners around anymore. I just use my electric for everything. Try to get one that has the entrance is wide enough that you can put like a few different sizes of pencils in there, because one day you might want to try colored pencils or pastels or something like that, and sometimes a standard sharpener won't fit them because they have like thicker wooden bodies, but you can get ones that have a bit of a wider opening and they'll fit most pencils. Basic Syphilis with another $10. Unbelievable. Steven, some more love, bro. Loving your passion. Let it out. Don't feel bad or apologize. It's all good. Listen to you has really helped me. Thank you. Out drawing hands since AI is having a hard time. Nice. Thank you, Basic Syphilis. I really appreciate the $10 and the encouragement. Yeah, I'm gonna try to, this ain't my first rodeo. I know what the internet is like, and I'm gonna do my best to not be. I'm really just not gonna do my best to not pay attention to some of the common stuff that people hit you with, like this is boring, not this again, I didn't come here for this. Like it's not up to you what happens here, it's my show, and I've also been around long enough to know that if I start lying, being insincere, not saying what's really on my mind, I'm just gonna resent doing this and I'll stop doing it. And then everybody suffers, they don't get the pleasure of the streams and having people to draw along with and the knowledge that's there. So, you know, this isn't the first time I've done internet stuff. I know how this stuff works. I've got just enough knowledge behind that to just, I feel secure and confident doing that. I'm not going to let myself resent this space or feel limited in this space and basically do stuff that's going to make it, make me resent it, make it unsustainable. You know, I'm going to treat it right. Again, it'd be real easy for me to just cave and pretend this stuff isn't happening, but I'm getting too old for that stuff, I think. Thank you, Basic Syphilis. I'd sing for you, but my voice is really starting to go, so I'm going to refrain. Oh, you hate AI art, but you use automatic sharpeners? Curious. Whoa. Lowbass7 says, they'll 100% use AI as a treat, maybe threat, just as they already do with high unemployment rates. It's on purpose to cheapen artists' work. Yep, they will absolutely do that. Yes, that is guaranteed. Am I still recording? No. Okay. The other reason why money-hungry people dislike creativity is because by nature it is more likely to fail. To a shallow person, failure is a loss. To a creative person, failure is a way to learn. Yeah, the people in power are not going to understand that, and that's why when the AI starts telling them what to make and what to do and that it won't fail, they'll be like, sounds great, and they'll trash everything. That'll be the end of it all. The good thing is that AI cannot sit in a coffee and making a sketch of the beauty in the other tablet and hand it over as a present. You're right. It can't. That's why when I met a fan from the stream who was the model at Life Drawing that I went to on Wednesday, I had a feeling. I was like, I got to give him a physical drawing. I let him tear one of the drawings of him out of my sketchbook. It's like, this is the real deal. You know, real present human non-digital interaction, and consecrating that with a real piece of art. That felt magical. That was the real deal right there. Yeah. Matt says, you've changed my mind about AI art. I kind of just had the perspective that all of this was inevitable, but even if it is, I shouldn't necessarily accept it peacefully. Amen, Matt. That's why I'm doing this. As I've said many times here, this is not comfortable for me. I have every reason to shut up, right? And that's what they want. They depend on that. But I'm willing to do it specifically for people like you, Matt, who can hear the arguments and see that you don't have to accept it peacefully. It's not, whatever happens, I'm not going down like that. And I don't think you guys should either. I come from whatever you do. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, everyone's here for the dancing anyway. Dancing and singing. You guys don't even care what I have to say about art. So as long as I keep dancing and singing, you'll keep showing up. Yendis says, feels like when it comes to AI art, we'll just be dismissed as Luddites. Going to be really hard to protect art with legislation due to this, considering past precedents of job fields destroyed by tech. It is going to be difficult. Don't accept the Luddite argument. I've got the argument against that in my upcoming little screed, my excoriation that I'll post as a YouTube video. But the Luddite argument makes no sense. I mean, you know, but some people just do traditional, but it's like, the fact that you do only traditional just because you find it exceptionally joyful doesn't mean you're a Luddite. You're just doing what you like. And it's not an argument. Accusing someone of being a Luddite does not invalidate their arguments. You know, and again, it's like, which of these technologies do you love so much that you know, people were right about Instagram. People were right about Facebook. All the Luddites were totally correct about them. We hate these fucking things. They were totally right. Like, pay attention. Pay attention. Who's your favorite artist? Probably Michelangelo. I mean, it's hard to... I really do love him. Living is a more complicated question, but also it'd be difficult to pick a favorite. I mean, I love a lot of people's art. Probably Michelangelo. Imagine being so Zapata-pilled that I've already heard the life model story on another stream. Nice, dude. Yeah, Ephraim's still going. Whoops. I'm an energetic guy. I got a lot of energy. Vinny says, hey, Steven, really enjoying your lives. They help me understand it's not about being fast, but being accurate. I used to draw really fast because tons of video time lapses online that I used to watch. Yeah, classic problem. You know, even if you know they're sped up, a lot of people tend to assume that a sped up video of someone drawing is sped up maybe 2 to 6 times. That's what most people assume. If you've ever made a sped up YouTube video of yourself drawing, you know that it's not that at all. It's usually sped up like 30, 40, 50, 60 times, way more than people expect. So even if you know it's sped up, it does affect your psychology. You do expect yourself to do faster. You know, the human brain was not evolved to watch time-lapse footage. You know, it's a totally novel thing, so you have a novel reaction. It's very difficult to actually hold it rationally. That's why I like doing the real-time streams and showing it live. It's another little war of mine, is just like showing people like, this is actually how long it takes. And I'm pretty fast and experienced. It's still a long process. It takes time. But it's joyful. I'm having fun the whole time, you know? It's nice that chat finally slowed down a bit. You know, this is the public square of well, I guess it's mostly just me on a soapbox being angry. It'd be disingenuous for me to say this is a public square. I have a privileged position. It's my voice you hear, everybody else you read. But we got to meet somewhere. We got to talk about these things somewhere. Lamework says, what reason do you think consumers who aren't artists have to stand up against AI art? They unless they're very tasteful, they don't. And that's why you need to take this battle very seriously. Like, that's why we need to support each other, and artists need to talk to each other, because as I've said before, we're not receiving this attack when we're at our best. We're in a pretty dark time for art already. It's already hard to get attention and to get respect from people, and you know, your mom and dad already don't think you should be an artist, stuff like that. So we're taking the blow at a bad time. So we really need to support each other, and we really need to snap each other out of it, because to be perfectly honest, it is very unlikely anybody else will help us. So I don't think they have much reason to stand up against AI art. It will hurt them too, right? When all art is mediocre slop made by the great emission of the mega feed, it will hurt them. They may not know it's hurting them. They may come to know once people explain it, but it will be bad for them. They're not going to see it now. Artists need to see it early. And we need to, you know, fight, man. We need to fight. Anytime you complain about new technology, they throw the Luddite tag on you automatically, like you rejected technology or want to go. Yeah, it's absurd. I mean, I'm streaming art on YouTube. I'm using a, you know, $3,000 camera. I've got an Elgato going into a decked out iMac. I've got 3 monitors ahead of me. One of them has Photoshop open. It's one I can draw on. I have a VR headset for sculpting in VR within eyesight. I've got 3 cameras on my face or something like that. I make all my money doing digital art for companies of video. How am I a Luddite? I'm not a Luddite. I just know what's a tool and I know what's a replacement. It's that simple. They're only embarrassing themselves with that accusation. It just shows they don't know what's going on. Yeah, you don't accept the new change automatically? Oh, I guess you're a Luddite. They hate the printing press. It's like, this is not an argument. It's not an argument. When people accuse you of the Luddite thing, just walk away. That's not a debate. That's not an argument. That has nothing to do with the substance of the argument. Remarkable airbrush, fantastic stream, Steven. Very engaging conversation. Thanks for lighting us on the AI topic. Happy to do it. When AI crosses the uncanny valley and becomes implicitly widespread and believable, thumbnails and imagery and news and politics, they will create scenarios which I gotta find the next. Oh, I think that got cut off, but I agree. Any piece of advice for a beginner? Believe in yourself. Believe in yourself. And don't stop drawing the pictures you want to make. You're going to want to practice your skills, but don't backslide into only doing skills-based practice. That is the most common mistake beginners make. Cut your time 50-50. Practice your skills half the time you have, and the other half of the time do things like this, just the pictures you want to make. They're not going to be good. That's how it works. Accept it. Learn to be equanimous about that. But you can't lose contact with what your creativity actually contains, because if you do, it'll atrophy. It happens to tons of people. And it's very difficult to get it back once you've let it slacken like that. Oof, a lot of chat. All right, let me try to speed read here. Saman Kutcher's comment there is very funny about the guy and his girlfriend. New lurker viewer here. I don't know what to think about the AI art thing, but it seems to be coming fast and furious, and my instinct is to think it's not real art. Well, you know, you'll notice that a lot of everything that I've said, if you go back and listen to the rest of the stream where I rant uncontrollably, I don't mention whether it's art or not art. That's really not super interesting to me. That's so mushy that you could debate either side, and it has no functional quality. The markets, the world, incentives, nobody really cares about what's art or not art because no one can agree on it anyway, even in the current situation. So I actually don't ever think about that. What I'm worried about is the way it changes everything about the world, the markets, and the incentive structure. It has nothing to do with whether it's art or not art, you know? There's plenty of pretentious jerks who would say what I do is not art. You know, lots of people think my stuff is trite enough that it's like beneath notice. Like, that's not part of the debate, you know? It's not part of the debate. It's about the system. It's about what it does to the system. As far as scheduling goes, do you think it's better to spend a little bit of time on all sorts of art practice or to focus on an individual subject, fundamental, or a piece of art? I think it's usually easier for most people to do one thing in a sort of concentrated burst. So depending on what the thing is, it could be a couple weeks or a few months, years, right? But I think for most people, not everybody's like this, but for most people, it's easier to pick one thing and focus on that. But again, like I said before, pick one thing, like let's say anatomy, right? Say you're going to do a concentrated burst of anatomy learning that's maybe a year long, but I'm telling you, do that and also every day keep making your pictures. Don't just do anatomy for a year. It's not going to have the benefit that you want. You know, it'll benefit you some, but it won't benefit you as much as it would if you were also always practicing your pictures. No problem, Michael Schlagter. Glad you like it, Cynocephalus. Guess I'm not a lurker anymore. Happy to have you out of the woodwork. Much love from South Africa. Keep grinding. Get it, Moses. Get it. Could you explain what fair use is? I tried to read up on it, but it doesn't make sense to me, and we don't have that here. It's pretty complicated. I would be slow to try to explain fair use technically. I think a lawyer would do that better. There's really good videos on YouTube about it. I've watched a few before. Yeah, depending on where you are, it usually hinges on some amount of transformation and educational things. So most things, if you use them in an educational capacity, you can redistribute them or show them and things like that. So you can, like, you know, you can show Mickey Mouse if you are using him as an example of how corporations brand things in an educational capacity. You could put him in a video with that. And it's not, in most cases, that's covered because it's educational. Or you can, if you transform Mickey Mouse some very big amount, it's considered a transformational use, and then you can usually do that too. But it varies from place to place. A lot of this stuff is gray areas. All of these areas are still heavy with debate, and people litigate on them all the time. It's a very complicated area. I'd ask a lawyer. I think part of the problem is that we think productivity is, of course, something to strive for, but like, why? Yeah, I mean, my whole YouTube was sort of fighting against that, and it's like, now I feel like, ugh, you know, I should have started the fight 10 years ago, you know? Whoa, we're racing by. I'm reading all your stuff. I'm just trying to lightning round it. Ryan Granger says, can't wait for your vid, but my intuition is don't resist like the mighty oak breaking in the storm, but be the green reed and bend in the AI wind. Thoughts? Nice sentiments like that, you know, are beautiful, but just because they feel poetic and nice doesn't mean they will map to reality in every situation. And like I said before, the artist-hating people who are making these things and are going to push these on everybody, they are relying on you to think that way. They are relying on you to not resist. And again, like I said before, the reason for that is because they are going to depend on you to believe they hold the key to your artistic future. They want you to bend and embrace the product, which they own. Don't let them trick you otherwise. They own it. And that way you will be betrothed to them. You'll give it all away, just like we always have over and over again. And then inevitably you will help them change the laws. Once you believe the AIs are the only way you can keep your job, you can compete, when the people like me come hunting saying this shit is deeply illegal and wrong and you're stealing, they will turn you against me. And because you believe they hold the key to your creativity, you'll turn against me. I'm your friend, not them. You'll be like, no, we have to change the laws so that I can keep using the AI. And then once you've given them that, then they'll rug pull you. You will have ostracized yourself from me. I will be very disappointed in you. And then they will take it away. And they will just sell it to companies because you can't pay them anything for it, right? You can barely pay them $1,000 for it, but they can sell it to Google for $1 billion. So of course they'll rug pull you, right? And Google doesn't want you to have it. Are you kidding me? So they are depending on you to bend instead of resisting. Lameworks with the £5 sterling donation. Thank you so much, Lameworks. There's a lot of noise out here, and hearing you talk about what's meaningful to you is an act of protest in and of itself. Keep up the great work, Stephen. Thank you so much, Lameworks. I appreciate it. It's not easy for me to be making enemies like this, but I do think it's important. I appreciate the support. I really do. I'd sing for you, but I'm losing my voice. I'm feeling it strain. I've been screaming for 4.5 hours now, so. Cinecephalus says, the artist Carla Ortiz has been posting on Facebook about all of this, and she is correct when saying the debate shouldn't be, oh, is AI art? Should be about legislation and fair use of them. Yeah. The whether it's art part is like, only we care. People don't care. The people who are going to get us paid and allow us to be artists and who we want to connect to, they don't care. They have no opinions about what is or isn't art. It's irrelevant to the conversation. It's about the systems. Nobody puts Luddite in the corner, says Brody. That's funny. Nobody puts Luddite in the corner. Oh, man. Great White Sufi says, hello, Stephen. Just joined. Pretty rough week. At a funeral in another city. That's rough, man. Sorry to hear that. So what are we drawing today? You might have caught me doing like the thumbnail sketches for this idea on previous streams. I just transferred it to a big 18 by 24, and I'm laying it all out, and I'm talking a lot about resisting the AI art. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, just reading everything you guys are saying. Goodbye, Sword Panda 7, who says, well, I gotta go. Great stream and many strong points as always. Bye, chat. Bye, Steven. Goodbye, Sword Panda. I think artists could point out that learning how to make art affects how we perceive the world. Generating AI art does nothing like that. Yeah, in terms of the personal stuff you're missing out on, there's huge arguments, you know? I have some of that, if you support on Patreon, I have a patron-only podcast where I have talked about that. It's a couple audio files back. But, yeah, it's like, I feel like we have to address the systemic thing first, like point out the bad arguments that are going on here, and then we can bring up the more complex philosophical, like, here's all the joy you're missing out on while drawing argument. Like, it's not a good thing to cut the process out of art. You know, it's a beautiful thing that it occurs over long timelines and things like that. Oh, man. All right, everybody. I think I'm going to wrap it up. I'm very hungry now. Blew past lunchtime. Good progress today for, you know, one sitting of art making. I think we got it basically laid in. You know, we got the bones there. All the major elements are in place. It's just going to take a long time to execute, to wrap up. But I got to go get some food. I'm losing my voice from all of the vigorous debate. So I'm going to get going. I just want to say thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you for listening to the points and the arguments. And I really appreciate you guys hanging with me there. And yeah, don't give it up. Don't give up don't let these things happen that are going to devalue the credit, to devalue the just take away the value of our favorite stuff, of being good at something, of being skilled, of being creative, of having discipline and putting things out there and having the ability to actualize things. When these things run rampant, and especially when they run on their own, no one will care anymore. It will have removed one of the absolute cornerstones of meaning making for human beings, and it will serve only companies, of course. Barely the CEOs will benefit. We'll be pissing everything into the void for no reason. Fight. Jfish says, the ethical concerns of taking artist jobs is valid, but I honestly don't understand how it is copyright infringement. It is very clearly transformative. It is transformative, but the systems were created without consent. It doesn't feel icky to you that it trawled everything on the internet without asking for anybody's permission. It also includes things that are illegal, like privileged medical information as well. People have found their post-surgery photos that are supposed to be between them and their doctor on there. That doesn't disturb you, that doesn't worry you. And the other problem is that to say it is transformative and like, oh, well, we do transformative work and it's protected by copyright, that kind of makes my point. It's like, it's doing the same thing as us. So let me ask you again, Jfish, why would you pick the robot over a person? Why do you want to outsource one of the few things that makes life feel joyful and one of the things that drives people to find free time and to have a good life and to have meaning and to have existential joy? Why would you, just because there's a bad argument for it being okay, why are you picking the robot? Don't get brainwashed by these anti-humanist values. The only good things that are on the table in the world are things that make people happy. Don't make companies, corporations, and robots happy. They have no sentience. There's nothing behind the eyes. They're black holes. They're centers of gravity that you can cut up over and over again and you'll never find the core. Let people have joy. Let you have joy. Don't piss it all away into nothing, It'll be one of the saddest things humans have ever managed to do if we do that. It's madness. It's absolute madness. It's like, leave transformative protections for human goddamn beings. Don't give transformative legal protections to robots, which is what they're trying to do. If you're interested in this, go look at what they're trying to do in the EU. They are trying to give transformative copyright protections to robots. Who does this serve? Who is this helping? Don't fool yourself into thinking that that means you as the AI user get a transformative protection behind the AI. Like I said, they're going to turn it off for you. You don't give them anything. You're just training the next step. They're going to rug pull you. They're going to take away the front of house. They're going to take it away from you. You're just teaching it what people are interested in seeing. They'll close the door. They'll give it to the rich people because you won't pay them anything. You can barely afford to give them $1,000 for it, and Google can give them $1 billion for it. So stop arguing for a good reason to give robots transformative copyright protections. Just because there's an argument there doesn't mean there's any good goddamn reason to make it or to give it to them. They don't exist. You're gonna throw everything away for no reason. Thank you, Knox. Thank you, Felix. Thank you, Fabry. Thank you, Markable Airbrush. Thank you, Sterling Burks. Sterling Burks says, thanks for radicalizing me. I really appreciate what you're doing for all of us. Hey, no problem. Saman Kucha says, awesome stream. My pleasure. You're all, we're all helping each other here. I'm going to keep working on the video. I'll get the arguments together so that you guys have them. You can build upon them, please. Don't seed the ground. Don't seed the ground. Don't give it up. Fight, resist, stand your ground. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye, Battle Ready Babe. Goodbye, Evolution Wise. Goodbye, Ryan Granger. Goodbye, Great White Sufi. So lunch? Yeah, I gotta go eat lunch. I blew way past lunch. I'm very hungry. Goodbye, Jfish. Goodbye, Ill Regard. Yeah, I don't think I had any pee breaks in this time. And this one. All right, everybody, I'm going to go. Take care. Keep drawing. Be sure to stoke your joy and love for drawing. And remember who this is all actually for. It's for us. It's for people. It's not for the stuff that doesn't exist. Damn it. Bye, everybody. Take care.
Come in. Oh.
Hello, Joseph, is it?
Hi, Dr. Zapata. Yes, Joseph. Joe. How are you?
I'm well. What seems to be the problem, Joe?
Well, I'm having difficulty drawing from imagination.
Oh. Joseph, just so you know, that's totally normal. Why don't you tell me a little more about your problem? Is it that you can only draw from imagination if you're completely alone?
Doc, I can't ever draw from imagination.
What about if you're completely relaxed?
When I'm totally relaxed, I can't imagine a thing.
I see. Joseph, it's important to know that even with severe cases like this, there's always hope. I can prescribe an experimental therapy called Form from Imagination.
Form from imagination?
Mm-hmm. It's early days, but clinical trials are extremely promising. Why don't you try this for 6 months and then check back in with me?
Okay, I'll do whatever it takes. Did you just draw this?
Oh, yeah.
Wow, it's amazing. Hey, Doc, do you ever have trouble drawing from imagination?
Oh, no.
You wouldn't. I mean, you drew this.
That's right.
Wow.
Form from Imagination is an experimental therapy and is not yet approved for use by the FDA. Do not use Form from Imagination if you are already taking any prescriptions for drawing from reference, working side size, or tracing photos you didn't even take. Stop taking Form from Imagination if you experience any of these side effects: loss of interest in your personal projects, megalomaniacal self-confidence, hallucinations, unless they're the kind you're hoping for, drawing better than Steven Zapata, or feelings that purchasing the course was enough and you don't really need to do the exercises. Call your doctor if you have stiff gestures, flat forms, or boring ideas to address a possible life-threatening condition. Full sketchbooks have been reported with form from imagination and medicines like it. Other risks include long-term art careers, too many clients, and being worth more than you're charging for. Call your doctor today and ask about form from imagination. When last we met, after a hard-fought campaign in the fire desert, you stormed the cursed castle and defeated the warlord of doom. You learned of the evil chrysalis, where Dagmar the Forgotten has been chained for thousands of years. He's been scorched, baked, and toasted on a lake of licking fire for eon upon eon. But Dagmar the Forgotten is not forgotten. You must face him in the dungeon of eternal flame. You guys aren't feeling it, huh?
I mean, like, Dungeon of Eternal Flame again? It's just a little off theme for December, right? I mean, it's freezing out. And
This holiday season, don't miss out on the miniature pack with the most Christmas cheer. The Gnomes and Nutcrackers mini set will keep your party on the edge of their seats as you deck the halls of your adventure with a winter wonderland of fun. Each Gnomes and Nutcrackers character has been individually hand-sculpted, 3D printed, and casted by Joe Marziliano to turn any holiday display from a ghost town into the ultimate Christmas village. The Gnomes and Nutcrackers mini-pack also includes a one-page tabletop role-playing adventure. Have a butterscotch ale with a gnome at the Stop and Sleep Inn, or go snow sledding with some adorable penguin chaps. Sing along with the local carolers and help the Nutcracker to do battle with the Mouse King to save the tree lighting ceremony at Town Square. The Gnomes and Nutcrackers mini-set is a Kickstarter exclusive, only available for a limited time leading up to Season's Greetings 2022. So order your Gnomes and Nutcrackers now.